Recording in progress.
Welcome, everybody. The time is now 12:30, and I hereby call the September 17th, 2024 meeting of the St. Joseph County Area Plan Commission to order. This meeting is being held in person and virtually in the fourth floor council chambers of the County City Building. We will first ask for any public comment from those in the chambers, then from members of the public attending remotely. For public comment for those attending remotely, please use the raise hand function or message the host in the chat. Please clearly state your name and address for the record. We ask that board members state their name when making a motion. Andy, second. At this time, please silence your cell phone so they do not disturb the meeting. Shelley, may we have the roll call, please?
Mr. Devon,
Here?
Dr. Lauk. Here. Mr. Krasinski,
Here.
Ms. Hannon,
Here.
Mr. England,
Here.
Mr. Roush,
Here.
Mr. Matzett,
Here.
Dr. Thacker. Mr. Tavernier.
Here.
8 members present.
Thank you, Shelley. We are a 9-member commission. We have 8 members present in person, 0 attending virtually today. If any petitioner would prefer to have their petition heard while with more members present, they may ask staff to have their item tabled to a future meeting when more members might be present. I would like to make a quick announcement for those, if anybody's here, for the rezoning for item number 1, for the ordinance for, proposed ordinance for State Road 2, Eco Dev LLC on State Road 2 in Strawberry. That item has been tabled, so that will not be heard today. So if you're here for that, that item is tabled. So we will move forward to item number B. Oh, and we have Dr. Thacker just joined us, so we do have a full 9-member present. Welcome, Dr. Thacker. Let's go ahead and have a reading for combined public hearing for number 1, please.
A combined public hearing on a proposed ordinance of South Bend Speedway LLC to zone from C Commercial District and R Single Family District to C Commercial District, and seeking a special use to allow auto wrecking yard per section 154.181 sub B4, and seeking the following variances. Variance number 1, from section 154.070 sub C3A1A to allow for a 6-foot chain link fence with less than 70% open space to be located in the minimum front yard or in the buildable area of the lot between the minimum front yard and the front line of the primary building along State Road 2, Grant Road, and Peach Road. Variance number 2, from section 154.438 sub B to allow for an off-street loading area between the front lot line and the front facade of the building along State Road 2 only. Property located at 25698 State Road 2 Highway, St. Joseph County, APC application number 3050-24.
Okay, good afternoon. This is Carl Brown Grimm, Area Plan Commission staff. So the subject property here is an approximately 60-acre lot found on the south side of State Road 2. Approximately 30 acres of this property has historically been used as the South Bend Motor Speedway. A special use was granted to allow the property to be a racetrack with grandstand seating in 2012, but as many of you know, the use has existed for decades prior to that. The site is split zone C commercial, where the racetrack existed, and R residential, the remainder of the site, which I will touch on later. The petitioner and contingent purchaser today, IAA, is seeking to rezone the entire site to commercial, as well as to convert the use of the property into an auto auction yard, in which they will be receiving and storing non-operational cars on site and selling them. The zoning ordinance unfortunately does not offer a better definition for this type of use, so they are officially seeking a special use to allow for an auto wrecking yard, which the ordinance defines as an area of land not enclosed in a building used for storing of 2 or more inoperable vehicles. Staff's understanding is that the proposed use today is that they will not be engaging in any disassembly or wrecking of vehicles and will operate in a manner that mirrors the existing IAA facility found immediately to the north of the site. Prior to the meeting, the petitioner has proposed several written commitments to clear up confusion with the use of the site. They have proposed the following seen here. These commitments clarify that there will be no disassembly, maintenance, or crushing of vehicles, as well as specify some grounds for inspection of the vehicles pertaining to leaks. In the immediate area along State Road 2 near the site, there are a number of existing uses similar to what is proposed today, including the one here directly to the north, owned and operated by the petitioner. Also, the Great Lakes Auto Auction site directly to the west, and another commercial operation, I believe Veldman's, further west storing vehicles. There are a number of also other intensive commercial uses found in close proximity to the site. This includes this heavy machinery dealer immediately to the west, a self-storage use and Dollar General retail operation to the east, and an improved gas station that has yet to be developed on the property abutting directly to the east. This is the current portion of the site where the racetrack is found today. There's Peach Road, looking north toward the other commercial uses. And then south here. It's important to note, as you head south along Peach Road, the surrounding area transitions to residential, which can be seen here. The Speedway property stretches as far back as to Grant Road, and here we can see that southern half. Staff has been made aware that this portion of the property, much of the approximately 30 acres currently zoned residential, contains a savanna with a black oak species that may hold unique ecological value to St. Joseph County. We have connected the petitioner with the Shirley Hines Land Trust, who has expressed interest in the property, to investigate this further and to explore a potential partnership, which I will let the petitioner speak to as part of their presentation. The site plan submitted by the petitioner can be seen here. The front portion of the site is used for loading or drop-off and inspection, while the large majority of the rear of the site appears to be lanes for vehicle storage. You may notice there's a proposed 6-foot fence around the bounds of the project, which will be opaque via slats along the north and south bounds with type 1 landscape screening accompanying it, and a typical chain link open fence along the west and east with the more dense type 2 landscape screening to help protect the view of the residential properties nearby. The petitioner is also showing a significant amount of open space along the south and east portions of the property, including a large portion of that savanna habitat. No accesses are shown to the site proposed from Grant Road, and the county engineer has stated that they will strictly enforce that the accesses shown on Peach Road will be gated and for emergency access only. Primary access to the site is proposed to be on State Road 2, pending approval from INDOT. State Road 2 is a heavily trafficked thoroughfare, averaging approximately 20,000 daily travelers per MACOG's traffic count. And per the petitioner, they will be approximately 20 to 25 employees at the facility and are anticipating handling an average of 25 trucks per day. The county engineer comments that while the daily traffic generated by the proposed use may be more consistent than the previous speedway use, the peak traffic generated by the motor speedway will be greater than the peak of the proposed auto auction use. So in anticipation of the public hearing, staff has reached out to INDOT preliminarily regarding the proposed use, who commented that a major driveway permit would be required as well as turn lanes. Additionally, it's unlikely that they would approve 2 full driveway accesses onto State Road 2 as shown. And finally, they would need to obtain more information from the petitioner at the permitting stage to determine if a full traffic impact study would be warranted. This is a combined public hearing today. To review, the petitioner is seeking a rezoning to allow the full 60-acre site to be developed as commercial. They're also seeking a special use to allow for an auto wrecking yard as per the ordinance on the property. And finally, they're seeking 2 variances related to the site layout. One to allow the proposed 6-foot fence, which was actually requested by staff during initial consultations regarding the petition, and another to allow for the front loading area in the front yard of the site. I can quickly run through staff's recommendations regarding these actions. Looking at the rezoning and special use, we do find that the petition is supported by the comprehensive plan. Particularly Goal 2, Policy 10, Objective C directs the county to cluster future commercial development in activity centers along major transportation arteries. And as you have seen, this portion of State Road 2 in particular is home to a number of similar intense commercial uses, including other auto auction sites. So it does align with the commercial district's intent to form a grouping of similar uses along portions of major commercial thoroughfares. We also find that the proposed use as an auction is similar in intensity to the previous use as a racetrack with grandstand seating, which is also a special use only found within the commercial district. This use may take up more of the current property, but the site plan does call for more significant screening in the fence and proposed plantings, as well as a significant amount of preserved open space that will help to conserve nearby property values. Finally, staff finds that allowing the expansion of the adjacent business onto a site that is already used for an intense commercial purpose does represent responsible growth and development. So we do recommend favorably on the rezoning and special use today, subject to the written commitments proposed by the petitioner. Finally, we do have two variances, as I alluded to before. The ordinance requires that fences found in the public right-of-way or in the front yard of the property are to be most 3 feet tall for solid fences or 4 feet for open fences. Per staff's request, they are proposing to have a 6-foot tall fence along the boundary of the project area. We do recommend approval on this variance. We believe it'll help to screen the use from the adjacent residential uses found south of the project bounds and allow for the project to be similar in character to the existing facility operated to the north by the petitioner. Additionally, the ordinance requires loading areas to be located in front of the primary building on the property. Per the site plan, the petitioner is proposing to locate the loading zone north of the auction or inspection building closer to State Road 2. They are showing a loading area of 277 feet in length and 240 feet in width, enough area such that trucks should not be backed up onto State Road 2 during the loading process. We do also recommend favorably on this request. Locating the inspection center in front of the loading area would likely cause difficulties in the layout on the site and may cause impediments to traffic. To recap, you'll be voting on a rezoning, special use, and 2 variances. Again, staff does recommend approval for, subject to the written commitments proposed by the petitioner. I would like to note that we have received a number of written remonstrance letters, I believe 6 in total, that should be included in your packet. Additionally, I reached out to the administrative assistant to the county council, who has informed me that the county council has received approximately 37 emails and letters and 3 phone calls for remonstrance. I'd be happy to take any questions you have at this point.
Thank you, Carl. Questions, Commissioner Stein? Nope. Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and have the petition. Debbie? Do you have some? Did you have some?
No,
Oh, okay.
just the petitioner has a PowerPoint that Shelley will bring up.
Okay. Go ahead. You have 30 minutes.
I think I need the clicker.
Oh, so sorry.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the Area Plan Commission. My name is Richard Nussbaum. I'm a lawyer who practices here in St. Joseph County in South Bend. Our offices are located at 210 South Michigan Street on the 5th floor. I practice with the law firm of Sopko, Nussbaum, and Abnett and Kesmerick. And I am been retained by Indiana Auto Auction to assist in the presentation of this petition. I first want to thank staff, Area Plan staff, for their cooperation and assistance throughout this process. As you've heard, there are some fairly technical things that we're asking you to consider today, and they helped us walk through that process so that we would be sure that what we want to do complies with what the law requires. In addition, as Carl mentioned to you, he did put me in touch with Shirley Hines Trust, and I had a couple of conversations, the last one being last evening with Chris Kraus, who I believe title is the Executive Director of the Shirley Hines Trust. And we've had some very productive discussions that will continue to help alleviate some of the fears and concerns that have been raised with regard to the Black Oaks Savannah habitat. One of the things that has, I think, raised some concerns involves the technical nature of the ordinance requiring us to ask for a special use for an auto wrecking yard. That's not a term that we chose. That's a term that was required by the ordinance. I think staff has tried to differentiate our use with regard to what.
Yeah, I'll start redoing that.
I'm sorry, did I do something?
Shelley
No,
muted.
no.
the gentleman.
Somebody else.
Okay. You'll find in this presentation my technological skills are not very, very good, so I thought I might have done something to cause that. In any event, this presentation will be threefold. I'm going to give an overview as it relates to operations and some of the environmental issues that have been raised. Dean Sturmer, who is here with us, is the Real Estate Development Manager for Insurance Auto Auction, and would be able to answer any technical questions that you might have. We also have virtually Tracy Miller from Houston, Texas, who's also with the company, and she is the Environmental Compliant Manager, and she will help, I think, educate myself as well as all of us here about the incredible steps and the extraordinary work that they do across the country to be respectful of environmental concerns. Throughout this presentation, you'll be seeing pictures of other facilities that are across the country. This particular picture is Miami, and then this one is in St. Louis. So our next, what I wanted to say is, who is IAA? It's a subsidiary of RB Global, Inc. It's one of the largest vehicle auctions in the United States. It has locations throughout the United States, Canada, and the United Kingdom. There are over 175 locations in the United States. 6 locations in Indiana. They've been in business for over 40 years. They have 4,900 employees and conduct 9,300 auctions per year and sell about 2.1 million vehicles per year. And their buyers are from 170 plus countries across the world. This is a map of the various locations. As you can see, they've got quite extensive footprint across the United States, Alaska, Hawaii, United Kingdom, and Canada. As I mentioned, we're going to show a few pictures of other locations. This one is in Houston, Texas. This one is in Tampa, Florida. And now I want to get into the actual operations. As I mentioned, there are a lot of vehicles that are sold, and many of them, most of them are sold online through IAA auctions now. Vehicles are delivered to the site via trucks. This truck that's depicted is a 2-car truck. It's not one of those trucks that carry 12 or so vehicles on it. Most of the trucks that will be delivering vehicles will be of this nature. There may be from time to time the larger trucks, but I think that to allay some of the concerns about large trucks coming in every day, lots of them, most of the trucks will be of this size. At the time the vehicles arrive on site, there's a check-in. Part of the check-in is, of course, to determine the condition of the vehicle. Most importantly, whether the vehicle has any liquids within them so that they do not leak from the vehicle into the outside environment. The intention is to make sure that all vehicles' liquids are drained prior to delivery on the site. But this additional check-in is an additional check on that, and there are also constant monitorings throughout the time the vehicle is on site. These vehicles are sold as is, so there will not be any stacking, cutting up, trying to sell parts. The vehicle comes in as is and goes out in the same condition. No work's done on the vehicles. In other words, they're not repaired in any way, so that there will not be any fluids that are used to repair the vehicles. There's not going to be any noise in repairing the vehicles. We've already gone through some of the commitments, but I think it's important that we maybe go in a little more detail. And I know it's difficult to see, but I'm going to read them. Sale of vehicles shall be as is, with each vehicle leaving the site in substantially the same condition as it was upon arrival. 1. 2, vehicles shall not be dismantled, parted out, or crushed on site. 3, maintenance shall not be performed on vehicles, including no fluid drainage. 4, all vehicles brought to the site shall be parked in an orderly manner with no stacking of vehicles. 5, leaks from damaged vehicles shall be addressed before delivery to the site. Each vehicle brought on site shall be inspected for leaks upon delivery and will be continuously monitored on the premises for any additional leaks, which will be addressed immediately upon discovery to avoid contamination of the site and migration off-site. The site plan has been put up by staff. This is the site plan. There are a number of, I think, important metrics that are listed at the top. The entire site area is 58.81 acres, 59 acres. The area that will be used is about 35 acres, 34.9. The operating area, in other words, where the cars will be stored, is about 28.9. So of the 58.8 acres, there's almost 24 acres that will not be developed. And as mentioned by staff, that includes a lot of open area that's to the south and east of the area where IAA will operate. One area of concern that's been raised is the retention area, which is shown on the site plan immediately to the south of the lines shown where the cars will be parked. That retention area is on this site plan at about a 3.7 acre amount. That retention plan is going to have to be done according to county standards. If it's less than 3.7, then it will be less than 3.7. We are also open to, as with the Warren Township Trustees Office and Fire Station did, to try to protect the environment, ecological situation there as best we can. The rest that is to the east of the retention area and then going to the north is about 20 acres. That will not be touched. That will not be changed in any way. And therefore, the ecological situation will be the same. Part of the discussions with Shirley Heinz is to figure out the best way to make sure that we work with them in order to preserve this particular habitat. So I think from what I at least have been able to tell you, and you'll hear more from Tracy Miller, we are attempting to balance bringing a very reputable and good business to this area, increase what they already do, and also to protect the environment that is of so much importance, as shown by the number of people that are here interested in hearing what we have to say. With that, I'm going to turn this presentation over to Dean so that he can respond to any technical questions you might have, as well as to build upon what I've already told you. Thank you.
That takes the PowerPoint forward.
Right there.
Great. Okay. Good afternoon to the commission and to everybody in the audience. Thanks for the opportunity to address everybody today.
I'm Dean Sturmer, a real estate development manager with IAA, and I'm based out of our Chicago headquarters office in Westchester, suburbs of Chicago. I think Dick provided a fantastic introduction, going from a very high level of what our situation is today. And my role today is to tell you something about the development process and the operations of our property on that site. Please keep in mind, we do have an existing operation directly across State Route 2, and we consider it a flagship property in the operations of all our sites across the U.S. So I expect nothing less than continued excellence in operations for our new site, should we be able to do that. So going back a little bit to the initial development, thinking about this site, we recognized that the access would have to be for vehicle deliveries and load outs would have to come off of State Route 2. So primary concern in the development design was to satisfy all the requirements we heard regarding the driveway lengths and setbacks. Of course, the fencing's been mentioned quite a few times, but I want to assure you that the way we have configured the primary driveway for vehicle deliveries that come to the site every day, we designed for the worst-case scenario of the largest truck in the entire experience we have of truck deliveries. So even the largest truck would never have its back end out on State Route 2. Okay? It's simply a matter of pushing our front gate away from the road, allowing for the largest truck, which could be 85 feet, with its back end on our property. So that's something we know from experience in operating in the yard right across the street, and we've been there several decades. So that's valuable experience. And while I'm talking about the trucks, I wanted to mention that we estimate between the two sites a total truck volume per day of 50 trucks. As Dick mentioned, the majority of these trucks are 1 and 2 car sized trucks, but occasionally we get the larger ones, and the larger ones are for taking out bulk purchases of vehicles done by a single buyer. So that's when they bring in the big carriers, but that's occasional compared to the numerous smaller trucks. So when a vehicle arrives on our site and pulls into the yard, you see the area where the close grid-like pattern is shown. It's nearer to State Route 2. That little tight grid is actually just markings on a pavement to show where the dropped-off vehicles are kept and go through what Dick described as our check-in process. So prominent in the check-in process is the check for any fluids. Shouldn't be any, occasionally there could be, but that's where it's checked, and that's where our technicians photograph and actually take videos of the vehicles, because COVID changed everything for our business. I would say 99% of our purchases now are handled online by buyers. They could be locally, they could be regional, they could be international, and they're actually going through the auction process and bidding competitively on these vehicles without making a physical inspection of their own. They're relying on the data we provide on an online platform. And so that check-in process, once it's complete, we pick up a vehicle with a large loader, big piece of yellow steel, and that vehicle is transported to an area, a spot that would be within the storage yard. And if you had the eyesight of an eagle, you could see that the little labels on that drawing show the length of the storage areas and the width, and those are typically what we call 6-packs. So we park our cars in a 6-deep arrangement divided by drive aisles, and the loaders move up and down the drive aisles. So I want to describe something to you about the way we design our yards to account for the wear and tear and the possibility of any fluids that leak. The primary areas on the right side of your site plan are impervious ground surfaces that we add to the site. It's our primary intention to use recycled asphalt, and it's potentially, given the budget and design for a geotechnical standpoint, that we could do a pure asphalt surface, which would be less permeable than the recycled asphalt. And then we take this high-intensity area along State Route 2, and we build a secondary intensive area in the drive lanes. Those drive lanes I was describing are where the loaders move, and they put a lot of wear and tear on our yard. So we beef those up. And then finally, the storage packs are where the cars are parked, and the cars are stored there. They don't move under their own power. But when a buyer surfaces through the process of, auctioning, the loader will go out there, pick up the vehicle, bring it out to the load-out zone, which is, in your introduction, was remarked as being that large block area next to the street. And that's where vehicles are picked up by the buyers, taken off-site. It seems like I'm describing a lot of things real quick, but I probably need to finish by telling you a little bit more than what Dick described. That stormwater area in the back is an educated guess at a preliminary level by our civil engineers, and it will be further examined per county standards and requirements for its appropriate size. And so right now, we think that's the optimal location, but we don't know the precise size. We just aim to be studying that further as we progress with the design. I think Dick already mentioned the emergency access, and those points are covered in the introduction comments as well. And two more things on the site plan that probably went without remark. We have what we call a branch building, and it's the singular building where we condition the space for customers to walk in, for our people to handle title questions and processing. So we have a small customer parking lot just to the north of the building. And then right in front of the drop zone, we've designed space for a septic system. So that's required. There is one now with the Speedway. We're building a new one to serve our needs. And that's my story of the proposed yard at this site. If you have any questions, happy to field those.
Yeah, Dean, real quick, you mentioned between the two sites, you might have 50 trucks or so a day. What would you say the current one that's existing has probably? Just curious how much more this would be adding a
Yeah,
day.
it's difficult to be precise, but the yards are not so different in size. I think it would be 60% of our total capacity would be on this site versus 40% on the north. But the interesting thing is, the north side is, from our experience, never fully utilized. It's a very seasonal thing, but we watch the utilization very carefully. And so when there's bad weather and folks like me are driving and we, hit things and skid on ice and snow, that's when cars get wrecked. And so our most intensive use is in the winter. You could expect more deliveries, more truck traffic then. Just want to make a quick point. There are virtually no customers arriving on the sites like they did 5 years ago before COVID to inspect vehicles. It's really truck traffic and the occasional insurance adjuster that comes out to the site. So we call it customer parking, but it's not customers. It's really the insurance folks that come visit our branch and they look at the actual product. So, does that help?
Yeah, I'm just curious. Yeah.
Hey Dean, what kind of remediation of the dirt is needed to be done from the existing speedway, if any? Do you know?
No, that's a great question. So the question is, what kind of remediation would be done to the dirt as we begin our development?
Correct. Is
So-
there any remediation that needs to be done? I mean, let's face it, cars wrecked out there all the time, right? So, I didn't know if there was any dirt remediation that needed to be done prior to you.
Yeah. Yep. So my colleague Tracy Miller is our environmental compliance specialist, and I think she can speak to your question. She's due to speak right after me, if that would be helpful for you. Yeah.
Anybody else have any questions? Go ahead.
Dean, besides Warren Township being right down the street there at Peach and Grant, are there any other safety procedures that you have on site, say prior to Warren getting there possibly? Do you have emergency vehicles, or what's your safety procedures in regards to the vehicles? If one caught on fire, you just got to wait for the fire department? Or do you have any other kind of mechanism to
Yeah.
put?
Fires can happen. It's not frequent, thankfully. But we have established procedures to put out the fires. Of course, we've observed your group's stated emergency access points along Peach Road. So you have access to our site. If we need outside assistance, if it's a small fire, we'll likely put that out ourselves. And we'd need assistance if it's bigger.
Are you aware of any other emergency procedures that needed to be performed on the one north of 2
No, I'm
over
not.
the years? You've been there how long?
No, I'm not. I can tell you, though, putting Tracy on the spot in a few minutes, when fires are put out, we have follow-up procedures that investigate how much of the fire retardant material, where it spread, what it was composed of, and we have best management practices to understand what was used to put out the fire and the extent, the quantity of the material. So we have extensive experience in dealing with this across the nation.
I know during your initial presentation a month or two ago, I indicated about the entrance on the north property, and I see you addressed it, it seems like on the south side in regards to the vehicles coming off of State Road 2 and turning in. Are you, I know this is not part of that, but I believe you said that you were going to look at the entrance on the north side and do something, because there's times that some of those vehicles are, their back ends are in one of the westbound lanes of State Road 2, which is dangerous. I think you were going to kind of address that situation also.
Right, I remember our meeting, and this site plan has been improved since we first met
I noticed
to
that.
address the setback. The septic system was added, moving our vehicles even further away from the front. But the primary thing was your concerns about the accommodation of the largest vehicles, so that it didn't interfere with ongoing, traffic would be, eastbound on State Route 2? So that is the modification that was made. Yeah.
Thank you.
There's one or two slides just for comparison effect I wanted to show you. If I operate this properly, we've got 50-50 chance of seeing the next slide. Okay, so I bring this slide up from Lafayette, Louisiana, because we've been on this property for decades. And I think the interesting thing about it is the adjacency of the green areas, both sides of the property. We've been a neighbor to these properties for, I want to say 15 to 20 years. And this is a demonstration of how we keep our yards. You can see the six-pack organization, the drive lanes, the little red covered vehicles at the bottom of that photograph are vehicles that have been wrapped with a shrink wrap material to protect them from any changes while an insurance investigation is going on. So they're not Christmas presents, they're just wrapped. But this is a slightly smaller site than what we plan in South Bend. But again, the comparison is how we try to be a good neighbor to the adjacent property by having a solid, not a solid, but a chain link fence with slats. And this benefits neighbors from coming in and, creeping into our property, and vice versa. Nothing gets out as well. And this slide shows you the existing operations that my company maintains directly across the street. It's the grayish background we overlaid on here should also include the portion in the upper left. So a vehicle comes in, gets dropped off, and the main building with the white roof, that's our primary branch building. That's really the center of operations. But this is a yard we've maintained, again, I want to say over 20, 25 years, and one of our flagship properties. So we're real proud of it, and I think that's a good example of our continued operations for the future. And this brings up my colleague Tracy, unless you have any further questions for me.
Thanks, Dean.
All set? Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Tracy.
Fantastic. So I thank you so much for having me today. My name is Tracy Miller, and I am the Environmental Compliance Manager for IAA, and I am based out of Dallas-Fort Worth. Just to give a little background, I've worked in the environmental industry for about 20 years, and my main focus during that time has been environmental compliance for industrial activities. Before I go into my spiel, I would like to just go ahead and go back to those two questions that we had earlier. One gentleman had asked about doing any remediation of the existing soil on site. At this point in time, we have had a phase 1 environmental site assessment done, and they did bring up, as we all would understand from a raceway, that there did appear to be some areas that were definitely sprayed down with oils in the 80s, which was a common practice for dealing with dust. And so at this point in time, we have completed our phase 1, and depending on how everything moves forward, there's potential to do a phase 2 so that we would do more sampling to ensure that we're in compliance with all of the Indiana Department of Environmental requirements and that we're in compliance with all of the local laws. So that is my answer to that. Did you have any follow-up questions on that one?
I'm good, thank you.
Great. And then the second question was concerning our emergency response for fires. We do have a very extensive policy on how to handle the varying types of fires that we could see on site. And depending on the vehicle itself, we even have a rating system to determine if we think a vehicle is at more risk of catching fire so that we can segregate those more and keep them further away from the rest of the group. If it is a small fire that is something that is just held to the engine of one single vehicle, it can be put out with a fire extinguisher. If it is something more extensive, then the fire department is notified and we have them come on site to assist. Depending on your local fire department, depends on whether they will use a film-forming foam or whether they will use water to disperse from the fire. But we do have policies in place available today. That answered that question.
Yes.
Okay, great. So getting started here, I know that there are many environmental concerns that have been brought up associated with this property, and we wanted to take a moment to discuss our environmental program. So the site you're looking at on the slide is located in Culpeper, Virginia. One thing you may immediately notice is that there's a natural feature running through the site. There's a stream that moves between our holding area on the right side that's closest to the highway, and then our main branch side, which is on the left. The stream follows those line of trees from the center bottom all the way through our branch and past it into the triangular wooded area. We've worked really hard to ensure that these areas remain intact and are not impacted from our operation, to the point that about 6 years ago at this very site, we had to have work done to combat some concerns with erosion. And that's something that we're always keeping an eye out, is to make sure, again, that whatever we're doing on site, whatever our operation is, it's not going to have an impact negatively for the environmental features of the area. So we showcase this branch to show an aerial view of some of the ways we maintain our natural habitats. Next slide, please. You can go ahead and click. Perfect. With so many locations throughout the world, it's important to know that environmental stewardship is a priority to our company. IAA is committed to environmentally responsible decision-making that protects the environment and conserves our natural resources for the benefit of our communities, employees, suppliers, and customers. But how do we do that? Well, first, we ensure we're in compliance with federal, state, and local environmental regulations. Much easier said than done. This covers a variety of different laws, including the Clean Air Act and the Clean Water Act. So let's talk about the Clean Air Act for a moment. While in most states our emissions are considered minimal or de minimis, there are other factors that come into play related to air quality, and one we usually face is related to fugitive dust. I understand that there are some members of the community that are concerned about the amount of dust that we can create from our operation, and I'd like you to allow me a moment to help put some of those concerns to rest. We are required in some states to obtain air permits related to dust and have mitigation plans in place for how to keep the dust suppressed. In some locations, we utilize water trucks to ensure dust doesn't migrate into the air and surrounding properties. In locations where water resources are highly controlled, like California, we utilize an EPA-approved chemical dust binder that works to keep the dust levels down. And please keep in mind that even if we don't have a permit, we are always vigilant to ensure that dust will not have an impact and have best management practices in place in case of flare-ups, which I will discuss on more in a minute. When it comes to the Clean Water Act, everything revolves around potential pollutants that could be transported off-site due to stormwater runoff that could impact water quality. Many of our locations are near water sources, like the picture on the right, which is Canvey Island in the United Kingdom. That body of water to the right is the River Thames. Clearly, we don't want to have a negative impact on that water body because of our operation. We also work really hard to establish relationships with varying regulatory bodies. From the state, to the county, to the city, to the fire department, we want to make sure there is open communication. For our existing South Bend property, I'm not aware of any complaints or regulatory violations based on that relationship and what we know today. Next, we've created a robust environmental policy that hits on all the potential environmental protocols we could face and lays out strict guidelines for things like spill cleanup. In general, we do not see many spills at our branches, but with so many literal moving parts, it could happen, and we want to make sure our employees are prepared. As it was mentioned earlier, all spills are immediately cleaned up, and then based on state regulations, spills are reported to the appropriate governing body. We also have third-party contractors that we can partner with nationwide for emergency response that could be deployed in the event of a large spill. Thankfully, knock on all the wood, I have not had to call them yet. There are properties that are also impacted by wetlands or other environmentally sensitive areas. And in cases like this, we work diligently with our state and county conservational biologists, as well as the Army Corps of Engineers to determine the best mitigation path. In one particular case, we've been working on a 10-year replanting plan for various wetland species, and I'm very happy to say that our restoration work has been successful. You can go on, thank you. Going back to my earlier discussion about the Clean Water Act, we have a variety of branches throughout the US that require stormwater permits and stormwater pollution prevention plans in order for us to operate. Our stormwater pollution prevention plans lay out what potential pollutant sources are from our operation and what we plan to do to keep any of these pollutants from going off-site. Our proximity to water for some branches means that we must be more conservative in our efforts with robust sampling plans and inspections, and we rely on our collaboration with our regulators to make sure we continue to minimize potential stormwater pollution. From my personal perspective, stormwater is the nearest and dearest to my heart, and I'd like to say that we take that incredibly seriously here at IAA. Oh, you can go back, please.
Well, I screwed it up. Can somebody help me?
I thought that was you telling me my time is up.
I'm sorry.
Perfect. So going back to my earlier discussion about the Clean Water Act, we have a variety of branches. Oh, we just went through that. Sorry, guys. But regardless of whether or not we're required to have a plan for our permit or a permit in place, every single branch we have follows the basic best management practices that are outlined in our policy. This includes things like good housekeeping, making sure that our storm drains are not filled with trash, making sure that everything is kept clean, cleaning up any spills immediately, making sure that we are managing that piece, and inspecting the property regularly to ensure no unexpected environmental issues have risen. We inspect our yards daily. So these inspections include checking for erosion, making sure any stormwater features we have are in good working condition, as well as checking for staining from our site, as well as anything coming from off-site. We also partner with a national third-party environmental consultant so that we can stay up to date with new regulations and permit compliance. This consultant can also assist us with remediation in the event that that is necessary, like we discussed, maybe potentially something that happens here. So all of that is to say that IAA identifies and promotes environmental awareness in all of our business through effective measurement, monitoring, training, and communication. I wish I was able to be there in person so I could talk to you all about this and answer more questions, because believe me, we could spend the entire day talking about environmental and I would never get tired. But I hope that this brief snapshot of the environmental compliance program has made you more comfortable with the company and what we stand for. Thank you for your time. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you, Tracy. I don't think so at this time, or DJ?
Yeah, so there's a new septic going in. Is there a new well going in?
New well, water well?
Dean, I would have to put that one to you. I'm not sure if we're putting in a potable water well at this time.
The answer is yes.
All right, so is that gonna be your water source for any kind of dust? They mentioned a water truck. Is that what's gonna be used to fill this water truck all the time? And is it gonna be just a regular 4-inch well, or is it just gonna house that one building that's there?
I'm assuming that it will satisfy all of those things. So whatever sizing is needed for that, it's going to be done.
Okay.
This completes the formal presentation. We look forward to hearing from the folks here in the audience, and hopefully we can answer any questions or concerns that they may have. Thank you very much.
At this time, I will now open this up to the public. For anybody, those wishing to speak in favor of this petition, please come forward and state your name and address. You have 3 minutes. Are you raising your hand to speak for or no? Okay. Seeing none, anybody on Zoom wishing to speak in favor of this petition, please use the raise hand feature. Sir, are you wishing to speak in favor? Are you here to speak in favor?
Not in favor.
Okay, we're not to that point yet.
Okay.
Give me a second. We're almost there. Yeah, you can say her, just. Shall you see anybody? No. Okay. Seeing none, now I'll open up to the, sorry, sir. So for those of you wishing to speak against this petition, if you want to line up, start there and kind of line up along the backside there. Everybody will have 3 minutes to have their time. Please state your name and address for the record. I'd also like to add, please try and refrain from repeating as much as possible. But go ahead, sir. Please state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, Bernard Koski, I live out on Peach Road. And
Sorry.
all you people got answers ready for
I'm going to pause real
this
quick.
yard to go in.
Sir, I'm going to pause real quick. Hey, could you please keep it down in the audience?
I
This is a
said,
public hearing. We need to be able to hear them. Sorry, go ahead, sir.
I said, all you people, like I said, has got the answers for the yard. What about the answers for the people that live around it?
Could you state your name and address again? We didn't catch that.
You didn't catch what?
Your name and address. Could you state that again,
It's out
please?
on Peach Road, 56955 Peach Road. And like I said, you're saying everything for the junkyard. What about the people that live there? Our property value is gonna drop to crap. And the other thing is, like I said, you put up a fire station there. I wish you people would take a ride there and take a look at it. Got 4-foot weeds high, and they think it's beautiful, it's historic. Well, you go live by it. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Joe Baguki. I live at 25481 Dana Drive. It's the corner of Dana and Poppy, which is immediately south of this property here. We knew the speedway was there when we built our house. We were willing to put up with the noise and the dust because the speedway was there first. Now the residents are there first. We're here before this operation. The speedway operated a couple times a month. This is going to be a 5-day-a-week operation. They've already said they use heavy equipment to load and unload these vehicles. It's going to be noisy and dusty 5 days a week versus the couple days a month that we were putting up with before. This property sits directly over and very close to two of the major aquifers in St. Joe County. The St. Joe Tributary Valley Aquifer is directly under this property, and it's very close to the Kankakee Aquifer, which runs just to the west of this property. We know this property is already contaminated. Something needs to be done to protect the groundwater underneath this property and not let it get any worse than it probably already is. What assurance do we have that any future operator is not going to put in a car crusher, a metal grinder? They're going to sell this property and allow that. Does this rezoning allow that to happen, or does somebody else do they have to come in and ask for some other kind of a variance? So we're concerned with what may happen after they decide maybe they don't want to continue this operation here. The retention basin next to the fire station and Long Grant Road, what are they going to do to prevent mosquito breeding? If you've read the newspaper, St. Joe County already has the highest number of contaminated or mosquito-borne illness locations in the state. And what are we going to do to alleviate that problem? That's the concerns I have: the groundwater, the noise, the dust, and the retention pond. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
My name's Walt Bukowski. I live at 56066 Richard Avenue, South Bend, well, Warren Township. The part I don't quite understand is, this is the west side of the county. And as I drove in, I started looking. On Sonora, we have a junkyard. And then there are 6 more. Now, this will be 7. Is this exactly what you want to do for the entrance to the county? Is to put auto wrecking yards? And I know they're not going to wreck anything here. But isn't there something better we can put in? How come we never put this on the east side of the county? I mean, really, I've lived on the west side my whole life. I grew up at the Speedway. I'm sorry the Speedway's gone, but that's progress. It happens. But this, I don't care how much fencing you got up. I drive by the lot they got now. That's the only way for me to get into South Bend. You can see the wrecked cars. You can see them at Feldman's. You can see them at Kowalski's, Weller's. There's a new one on Mayflower Road. We've got way too many of these things out there. I don't think this is a grand idea. I have no idea about the Ottawa aquifers, because I was told mine comes off where they're already pumping it all out at New Carlisle. So, personally, no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Gary Harrington. I live at 30387 Dunhill Crossing, Elkhart, Indiana. And here's my disclaimer. I do work for the city of South Bend at Rum Village Nature Center. I'm here not to represent the city or the Nature Center. I'm saying what I'm saying as my own, and I'm saying this as an educator, because I think this is very important, and I think a lot of people don't necessarily realize much about oak savannas. If I ask people to raise their hand, have you ever heard of an oak savanna? Prior to this, prior to Steve bringing this to everybody's attention, how many people have honestly heard of an oak savanna? A few people have. Maybe some people are lying. I'm not sure. But we've all heard of wetlands, right? And you hear a lot about prairies and the restorations of prairies and wetlands. But you don't hear anything about oak savannas. And my joke always was that oak savannas are the Rodney Dangerfield of ecosystems in that they get no respect. And even though it was a major player back in the day, oak savannas, about 1/3 of St. Joseph County was constituted by oak savanna. And what do we hear about oak savanna today? And where can we go to see an oak savanna today? We can see plenty of wetlands. We can see prairies in different places. They've been restored and they're actively restored today, but not oak savanna. And actually, I was at the Tolson Dunes Trail a few years ago. This is at Indiana Dunes National Park. And I was hiking along there, and I saw this really neat interpretive sign that said 0.02% of high-quality black oak savanna exists in the Midwest, period. 0.02% exists in the Midwest at all. That's all that remains here. So it's a very, very rare, endangered ecosystem. Even though we've lost nearly 90% of our wetlands in the state of Indiana, we still have a lot of wetlands around. We're still actively trying to protect and trying to augment wetlands and prairies, but not oak savanna. That's why nobody's ever heard of one, even though they were found all over the county. Also, in this particular location, there's something known as prickly pear cactus, right?
Gary, you have 30 seconds left.
All right. So we have prickly pear cactus. That's a very rare plant. So I was looking at online. Indiana Plant Atlas has Tipton County and Tippecanoe County listing the prickly pear cactus. There's none listed in St. Joseph County, so they need to do that update because Steve Sass found them right by the area in question. So a rare ecosystem with a rare plant there. So just a little bit of food for thought as we're contemplating all this. And my recommendation is maybe we need to slow down, think about this before we act. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Samantha Beaupre, 8843 Powderhorn Way. Thank you for allowing me the chance to speak today. I'm an environmental scientist. I'm here to urge you to not rezone the Speedway Savannah and allow for the development of this irreplaceable ecosystem. As Gary stated, oak savannas are extremely diverse plant communities hosting prairie and woodland flowering plants, in addition to unique plants that grow only in savannas. According to the USDA, oak savanna ecosystems are among the most threatened in the world, with less than 0.01% remaining. I think that's in the world, 0.02% in the Midwest, as Gary stated. The National Park Service calls oak savannas unique and endangered and estimates that only 30,000 of the original 50 million acres of Midwestern oak savanna remain. In St. Joseph County, the Speedway Savannah represents perhaps the county's last remaining sizable remnant. The site features many native plant species with high conservation values. That means that they indicate high quality habitats and they take a long time to establish. Oak trees are considered keystone species because they support an extraordinary amount of wildlife, more than any other tree species. Each individual oak tree supports hundreds of species. The property supports a wide diversity of breeding season birds, and for at least the past 2 years, a pair of osprey, an Indiana species of special concern, have nested at the site. No other property in the area contains the unique qualities of the Speedway Savannah. I would also like to address a couple things I've heard today. The staff member mentioned that this complies with the comprehensive plan because it is putting commercial use in existing commercial area. And while I understand that that is part of the comprehensive plan, I think that the intent of that is to prevent the disturbance of high-quality environmental areas, or one of the intents. I understand that there are many reasons to do it that way. So while I think this complies with the letter of the comprehensive plan, I don't think that it complies with the intent of the comprehensive plan. Also, Mr. Nussbaum said that 20 acres of the oak savanna will remain and will serve the same ecological function. That is actually not true, because when you reduce the size, it does reduce the ecological function of the existing remnants. When many wildlife require a certain range size and will not be able to live on this property once it's reduced. Also, habitat fragmentation.
Samantha, you have 30 seconds left.
Thank you. Doesn't allow for as effective response to disturbance, as we mentioned, fires, storms. That will degrade the existing 20 acres. And Ms. Miller mentioned wetland mitigation. I have personally worked on mitigation and restoration projects, and I can tell you that this habitat cannot be restored to its current function. It just can't. So thank you so much for allowing me the time to speak today, and I hope that you make the right decision and do not rezone this property for commercial use. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Sporletter. I reside at 54568 Maple Lane Avenue in South Bend. I'm a volunteer with our local St. Joe County chapter of the Isaac Walton League, of which I'm also a board member and the secretary of that organization. And I just want to let you know that our membership is concerned about the loss of green spaces in general, and specifically with this site, as the preceding speakers have said. Don't want to repeat it, but I agree completely with what they said also. You've got a very rare ecological opportunity to save something here. I think the idea that they're talking with the Shirley Hines Trust is great, and I would support them going along with that. But I would suggest, again, slowing down, letting the opportunity for that procedure to take place before approving this would be a good step, and in fact, get that as some of the commitments that were talked about at the beginning, get that in place as part of the proposal. So I know there will be others speaking again on the ecological value of this site. I want to reiterate that that's very important, that we save something as rare and as important as this. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Brian Eisen. I live at 57229 Fallen Timber Court, about a half mile from the proposed project here. Thank you for this opportunity to talk and let my feelings be known on a couple things. I do have questions more than assertions, but one is the machinery noise that'll be happening when these vehicles are being moved. It's going to be a bulldozer front loader type operation, I would presume. Diesel type vehicle doing that. A 6-foot fence will do nothing to knock down the noise of that, absolutely nothing at all. That's more for just to hide what's going on behind there. I do wonder about the days and hours of operations. I heard 5 days a week. I guess I can assume that at 2 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday or on a Sunday, there's not going to be trucks pulling up to get unloaded. Is it indeed 9 to 5 and then it's lights out? Speaking of lights, is there going to be any form of security lighting, like spotlights and such, that would be seen over the top of the fence? And I was in operations. I'm semi-retired and did process design and data analytics. And on my way here, I drove down past the site, and there's wildlife there. There's deer, raccoon, rabbits, beautiful. I grew up in the woods, and having that buffer is also nice from the noise on two. It acts as a buffer for that type of noise and such, but just nice to have that wildlife piece there. As I came closer and closer to town, I get on Sample Street. Anyone been by Sample Street, south side of town? Block after block, acre after acre, 2.5 miles from the roundabout on Olive Street to downtown, 2.5 miles of just junk, land that could be repurposed for this, already is probably industrial, that could be used for that. Old buildings being torn down, piles of bricks, piles of scrap metal. So I guess in summation, I say, why are we going to destroy a beautiful piece of land that when you have all this other area that you could be using with already a lot of the infrastructure there? So I guess I just look at it from a pragmatic view
You have
and
30
say,
seconds left.
why destroy something so you can put something there when you've got all this other place, property available to do it? And I thank you all. It's a pleasure being here.
Thank you, Brian.
Good afternoon. My name is Lindsay Grossman. I live at 54605 Felicity Drive in Mishawaka, and I'm here representing the South Bend Elkhart Audubon Society, who has about 750 members locally. It is our mission to promote stewardship of the natural resources, and that is why I'm here today. We've already heard from a couple of other conservationists, and I just want to reiterate that this ecosystem and natural community is very special for our county. Almost all examples have been removed from our county already. There's been a number of plant species that have been documented on the site by respected biologists and botanists. Birds nest here and use the land as a refuge. And as local bird watchers and conservationists, we're very aware of the environmental sensitivity of this area and the ecological richness it supports. We would like to see this land not only protected, but actively managed as a natural area in perpetuity to ensure the land and all of its inhabitants continue to thrive into the future. If this opportunity arises, we will work with Shirley Hines Land Trust to support and collaborate with them, as well as other groups in the area to manage this unique habitat. The current rezoning proposal is giving these biological, rich, and diverse communities almost no chance of survival. We urge the Area Plan Commission to vote no to the rezoning as presented and to think creatively about a win-win solution for all. Some ideas is if there's a three-way land swap where the county ensures integrity of the acres while finding an alternative site for the owner and buyer to enter into agreement without degrading the land. And if this rezoning were to go through, we also know that you have the authority to implement written commitments and a site plan with the new owner to ensure the protection of this unique ecosystem. So we just ask you to step up and please all the area residents by working to find a solution acceptable to all. Thank you.
Next.
Hi, my name is Mary Kapsa. I live at 25600 Grant Road, right across from where the area is being rezoned or potentially rezoned. And my concern is about our groundwater and our drinking water and how it will be affected by this. Even though it sounds like a company that's interested in taking care of the environment, I've actually become more nervous here listening to the fact that there are fires that occur and that there is dust to think of. I did not even think of that. We are right across from the stormwater area, which is, stormwater areas are known to be more polluted. So it bothers me that I heard that vehicles are brought in as is and then occasionally checked for leaks. Well, what does occasionally mean? And the woman speaking from the environmental agency in Dallas said that there are required regulations in some states. What does some states mean? I have a problem with that because everything I've read, Indiana is a self-monitoring kind of situation for taking care of the environment when you're a business. They have proposed ideas of how it should be handled, but whether or not it is handled that way, who will be checking on it? Who will be monitoring it? There was confusion when I was writing this about what an auto wrecking yard is. I thought of it as a salvage yard, but it sounds like it's as is. So I will switch my talk from as a salvage yard to as is automobiles coming in. And the EPA lists many pollutants that come from vehicles other than fluids, involving battery solvents, all kinds of, actually PCBs and rubber, carpet, plastic components. What if there is a fire? This is going to be released into the air. It's not going to be cleaned up that second. And this will be running off, if we have a rain, after that it'll be running off into our stormwater area, which is right across the street from us, proposed to be. So how will this be monitored? And I want to say we do have sandy soil, so that's another concern. Water's quickly absorbed into the ground.
You have 20 seconds left, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And the contaminants can also affect the habitat, which we've talked a lot, many people who I'm delighted are concerned about the habitat. And at last year's June rezoning meeting for the area, it was stated that keeping the residential zoning as it was stated, that keeping the residential zoning as is intended will allow properties to be consistent with the surrounding area. And I feel strongly that that should happen for the people, for the sake of our groundwater and our drinking water.
And
And
your
like
time
I
is
said,
up
I'm
now.
more concerned now than I was before I came in. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Tom Rowe, 26160 Lake Lane, 46619, Richard Edition. I live right on Grapevine Ditch Creek, for those that will be aware of it, okay? Not probably too many people, but my point is this. How much is enough? How much is enough? There's enough remonstrators out here that are thinking, how much is enough? Do we need one more of these? I cut across, okay, on Richard, Riviera, Quince. I drive by it. There was a wreck today right out on 2, okay, at this point in time, close to that section of Peach. The traffic was backed up. We were having more and more traffic that comes off the toll road and goes down State Road 2 because they don't want to pay the high fees. You have all sorts of development out there that's already ongoing with the Amazon and all the plants out that immediately to the west of us. To my understanding, there's never yet been a formally approved Indiana Department of Transportation plan that's taken everything into accord and made necessary planning for the driving of that stretch of road. It's like we approve something and then NDOT will get to it. I may be mistaken, but I have seen no formal commitment to this at this point in time. At one time, there was going to be a convenience gas store there. Think about one other thing. You have close pullouts on Dollar General, close pullouts on the Western Veterinarian Place, okay? It's a tight passage. I look at just as much as being a junkyard, keep expanding and expanding, as traffic control management. And for some of the people that were saying, well, what about the east side or what about downtown? I'm saying, what about us, the residents out there right away? Before you take a vote in favor of this, I would encourage you to strongly listen to the residents out there in this area. And I'm not an environmentalist having those understandings, but listen to those too. This should not be approved as it currently stands. Think about it closely, because what your decisions are will affect us as residents out there. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nick Turin, address 2330 Topsfield Road, South Bend, Indiana, 46614, Summit, St. Joe County. Just a couple concerns about, like, for example, the groundwater with the septic system. There's a lot of trucks and cars, hundreds being driven over there. What's to prevent, and yeah, I oppose the rezoning. What's to prevent the trucks and cars from driving over the septic system, which would cause a failure of the septic system after compaction of the soil, which is what is, filtering the water as it goes down to the aquifer. And the Savannah area, Savannah is very sandy, so it's especially susceptible to fast percolation from heavy metals during just the construction phase of the IA facility. Another question I had, just a couple questions. Why is it called an auto wrecking yard if there's no assembly of vehicles? Couple ideas I had was, could we just put a fence, in between the parking lot and the Savannah, the parking lot and the septic system to prevent vehicles from going in there? And then if years down the road, because I think this is a long-term project, if the fences were taken down, that would be a red flag. And then is it a possibility of just not rezoning the residential, the commercial of the Savannah area to be preserved supposedly, because 17 acres is going to be destroyed, 16 preserved. If the 16 to be preserved is not going to be used, any cars going in there, why rezone it anyways? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Steve Sass, 27910 US Highway 20, New Carlisle. I'm here today to speak in opposition to the proposed rezoning and special use permit. As I have stated in numerous interviews, emails, social media posts, and on our indiananature.net website, this property is ecologically sensitive. And due to the previous development of other similar locations, as Gary said, it's likely unique now to the county. The Speedway has, in essence, unknowingly protected this area for nearly 8 decades, as most of it has never seen a plow or a bulldozer. Once destroyed, we can't bring this back, which is why we have exactly one chance to get this right. This land is irreplaceable. I maintain the planning staff did not do due diligence with their report and subsequent favorable recommendations. In the entire report, there's only one mention of possible ecological significance. Few, if any, photographs of the sensitive areas, and no photographs or mention of the adjacent fire station, which has gone out of its way to restore its portion of the natural landscape. I believe that residents and future residents of St. Joseph County have a right to have a portion of our natural history protected for posterity. I believe the neighbors, and especially the public servants who live at the neighboring firehouse, deserve not to have their neighborhood spoiled by another junkyard. By my estimation, the proposed development would take about 50% of the ecologically sensitive area with no guarantees for the protection of the rest of it. I've sat here for 30 minutes listening to the petitioner talk about how they are good environmental stewards, but what they don't tell you is that they're destroying 50% of the rare habitat that's there for this project. One of my favorite quotes came from my friend Joel Greenberg's book, A Natural History of the Chicago Region. In the book, Jerry Wilhelm, botanist and co-author of Plants of the Chicago Region, recounted his early professional days when he worked for the Army Corps of Engineers, and his job was to travel with the senior botanist to look for places where the Corps could dump dredge spoilage. When they arrived at the 4th or 5th site, Wilhelm's botanist companion, Ray Schulenberg, stopped dead in his tracks, muttered the names of native plants before putting his hand on Jerry's shoulder and saying, "Don't spoil here, Jerry, for this is America, and it will not grow back." Wilhelm went on to state, "Oh Lord, I got weak in the knees. I looked at this place and I saw America. I collapsed emotionally and decided right then and there that I didn't want to live another day without knowing where I was in America, whether I could spoil or whether I couldn't." Commissioners, St. Joe County has hundreds of already spoiled sites suitable for junkyards. This site is not one of them. I urge the commission to issue an unfavorable recommendation for the rezoning and special use permit. Thank you.
Next, please.
Excuse me, I'm John Hamilton, 913 West Colfax in South Bend. I've been doing environmental law a long, long time. I am long retired, I'm out of the business, have nothing to do with it. But I'd like to pull back the focus a little bit. There should be a principle of land use planning that this entire establishment should abide by. And that principle should be no increased brownfield. You do not create a brownfield. If you have a use that might create a brownfield than find one that already exists. And as the gentleman in the black shirt said earlier, you've got plenty of brownfield. This is inexcusable. I'm going to move on to something else. Before 1750, CO2 was at approximately 280 parts per million. Since the Industrial Revolution, that number has gone up to 422 parts per million. The last time we had that level of CO2 in the atmosphere was in the Pliocene 3 to 4 million years ago. We had maybe some ice caps. We had much higher sea level. We are accepting a status quo that could destroy our civilization. What do oaks do? They sequester CO2. 14,400 pounds in the life of a single oak. And we are about to destroy that which could save us. We have got to get serious about sequestering carbon as best we can. This is astounding that we are even contemplating destroying what exists. And look at that diagram. You see those aisles of cars, and they are wiping out tree after tree after tree after tree. This is not necessary. Please reject this.
Next.
Hi, my name is Carrie Ausler. I live on Redwood Road in South Bend, Indiana. Thank you so much for having me here today. And being here in the span of the last hour or so, I have, of course, I know, we have heard about the ecological importance of a black oak savanna, how rare it is as an ecosystem. It cannot be rebuilt. And I also want to call out the fact that 20 acres can still be ecologically functional. That is not true. As the lady spoke earlier, there are species that require certain amounts of habitat. Some species won't survive on just 20 acres. We're gonna lose birds, we're gonna lose bugs, we're gonna lose a bunch of stuff. And everybody's always talking about, like, where did all my birds go? Where did all my bugs go? Stop destroying the ecosystem and maybe we'll actually get somewhere. Also, I heard that there's already a bunch of junkyards. Why not just reuse one of those? Like, seriously, why not? There's already stuff that's been made for that purpose. We don't need to go and destroy a beautiful habitat, a precious habitat, and one that is extremely rare. One that has already been taken from us many, 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 many times. As I've heard, there's only 30,000 acres of black oak savanna remaining, if it's not just in the US, in the entire world. That's crazy. We should be protecting stuff like this. And first of all, if they say that they're going to destroy 20 acres, who's to say they're not going to destroy more? Once they've got that fence around the property, who's to say, oh, well, we can just take out another acre, it won't bother anything? No, no, no. And also, a fence around the entire property, what is that going to do for wildlife that is trying to pass through there? Sure, birds can fly through, maybe deer can jump that fence, but what about other species? Also, I heard about cars that could be set on fire. How are cars getting on fire? I don't know much about cars, but let me just tell you, why are cars being set on fire if there's no fluid in there? How is that happening? I don't know. I mean, is it a battery? Okay, I don't know, but why? That's dangerous. And as a lady mentioned earlier, those fumes can be those fumes can go up in the air. It's not going to be fixed immediately. They're not going to be able to just throw a sheet on it and be like, oh, all the fumes are gone. No. And of course, there's going to be all of the stuff that goes into people's waterways and aquifers. That's really dangerous. So yeah, really bad idea to rezone this place. Really bad idea. Thank you.
Good day. Hello. My name is Lindsay Chatterton. I live at 1515 Sunnymead Ave, South Bend. I'm an ecologist and an applied scientist with the Nature Conservancy based here in South Bend. The Nature Conservancy would like to see the remnant black oak savanna preserved or conserved. As stated by many of the previous speakers, this is a highly threatened ecosystem, and if we lose it, it's an irreversible loss. And it's part of the region's Kettle Lake Corridor, which is an important piece in terms of the local biology. What we're concerned about is that current plans, as laid out by the applicant, really lack a lot of details. We've already heard about potential loss of the habitat. I want to limit my comments primarily to the viability of the remnant, and size and shape of that remnant matter, and the fact that there is likely to be some development within it with regards to retention ponds, septic tanks. It's really unclear how the current development will affect that remnant and its viability. The key issue you need to think about is edge effects. A large round reserve will be far more effective than something that is a long corridor. The edge effects are the fact that wind, dust, invasive species are all going to colonise into the oak savanna and affect its viability. So a long, narrow reserve is going to be far less viable than its current shape. The fact that we heard very little today, both in the staff report and from the applicant with regards to the loss of the existing reserve and any comments about how they will ensure its viability, to me raises some real concerns about whether this oak savanna will actually survive this development. Even if they leave this remnant, the fact that you have a long, narrow reserve is likely to mean that it will not function anywhere near like it is currently functioning. So the Conservancy believes that this, at least part of this property, offers the potential for a nature park or oak savanna in the South Bend area. It will be a unique community resource that could be used to engage the public in conservation and education. It is an attraction to the area. It would make a great public resource for the people to experience oak barrens within the heart of South Bend. And if a local entity was to take the lead on trying to protect this habitat, the Conservancy would certainly be willing to assist depending on what those plans look like. So in terms of the current plan, we don't believe there is enough detail to really move forward with the rezoning as it currently stands. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wendy Uhas. I live at 55340 Country Club Road in South Bend, Warren Township. I currently hold the position of a board member for Warren Township, and I'm also the secretary for the said board. Our trustee, Stephen Downey, asked for the board's input, and he spent a great amount of time and effort to find a great location for our new Warren Township Fire Station number 19. But when he was made aware of the significance of the Black Oak Savanna on the fire station grounds, he was the first to recognize that this treasure needed to be saved and nurtured for future generations. The incursion of the IAA and their efforts to destroy a beautiful ecological area in my township makes me angry. How many junkyards and dealers does St. Joe County need? Not to mention the amount of traffic that has already increased with the IEC west of South Bend. State Road 2 is already a death hazard, as many accidents have happened along this strip of highway. With the completion of the Amazon building and the supposed battery plant in the IEC, along with the Cliff Steel Mill, the traffic will become even more dangerous along the portion of State Road 2, with more cars and trucks entering and exiting onto the highway. It's going to be more dangerous than it already is. Furthermore, placing this type of business within the residential neighborhood is a slap in the face to the homeowners. There's no guarantee that the IAA will eventually move in car crushing and the like of that type of operation in the future. They've been very good at saying they're committed to not do that, but are there any laws or ordinances in place that will stop it into futurity? As a township trustee, I'm asking that you think long and hard about giving this type of business a favorable stamp. I'm beginning to realize that some folks in government don't care at all about the impact of the type of business in a residential area as long as it's not in their backyard. The Black Oak Savanna is something that needs to be protected and saved. Our aquifer is already at risk with the businesses moving into the IEC. don't make the risk any greater than it already is. I ask that you do your due diligence, talk to the naturalists and the ecologists in this area, and decide to deny this rezoning. Thank you very much.
Hi. Hi, thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Micah Bennett. I'm at Appledown Avenue in Portage, Indiana, in Porter County, and we've made the trip, my son and I, to highlight the regional importance of this habitat that could be either protected or destroyed based on the decisions that you and the council make in the next few weeks. I won't reiterate the importance of the habitat ecologically and the rareness of it, but I will say, remind you that you have the opportunity to allow development while also protecting this important resource. You know, these parks, creating a park for people to enjoy is really critical. I think about the places that we like to go to as a family, and we've often visited St. Joe County for the chocolate factory, but often more so for the parks that are in your area, Leidick Bog and other places. And those are the kinds of places that we want to see more of. And it's clear from the discussion, you know, from the petitioner that they don't need the full amount of the space. They mentioned the north facility is already under capacity, and they don't plan to take all the space. So it seems like a workable solution should be possible, but it is encouraging to hear that conversations are happening with the Land Trust and others, but conversations are not commitment. And I think we all want to see growth and development in our communities, but we also want responsible development that allows our future generations to enjoy the same abundance that we have and a better opportunity for connections with the natural world and with our fellow humans. So thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to share, this morning I took a walk at Crestmore Prairie in Hobart, Indiana, which is one of the last black soil prairies in the state. And I think it's fitting that the man the late Keith Board, who I didn't have the opportunity to know, but he discovered that property and helped to preserve it. He's the one that brought this oak savanna at the Speedway to folks' attention. And I think it can have the same fate as Crestmore Prairie, which is permanent protection for everyone to enjoy. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm Hunter Stevens. I live at 1010 Lawndale in South Bend. I would like to add my voice to the group urging the commission to deny the rezoning of this property. As many other people before me have put forward, this savanna is an important resource for our environment, made more so by how rare it is. While I understand that IAA will do their best to keep the green beside this operation, this goes beyond just being some trees and grass and insects. These specific plants and this specific food web is what is rare. Destroying a different forest wouldn't be a good thing, but it would be far better for our world than destroying this specific one. Ecosystems like this are difficult enough to keep functional in our modern age. People have already said how cutting it in half would drastically reduce its effectiveness. Why would we go out of our way to destroy an ecosystem like this intentionally? I understand that auto auction yards can have commercial value, although as many people have pointed out, we have several of them already in this area. So I would question the value of adding another one. I also appreciate that IAA is making efforts to save what of the area they can, but even in the area that they save, as I mentioned, would be far less effective, and the area they take away, they're putting, as they mentioned, impermeable ground there to stop the fluids from getting in, but all of the water that falls there has to go somewhere. That'll also drastically change the how the environment works right next door. I fear that many of these endangered species would not survive, even if they are small ranging. Their populations would decrease to the point that they would not be able to survive the natural fluxes in animal groups. These natural resources are priceless, and I would encourage the Commission to look instead into making this protected land for the sake of our world and our future generations. And as Mr. Sass so eloquently quoted, this is America. So I urge you to please help protect America.
Hello, my name's Danielle Reist. I live at 1425 East LaSalle Avenue in South Bend. I lived in St. Joseph County all my life. I was listening to the staff presentation, and he put up a slide that said, most desirable use and responsible growth and development. I don't think after listening to the people talk, anyone can make an argument that this is the most desirable use of the land, or that it is responsible growth and development. I also listened to the petitioner say that we will protect the environment as best we can and balance environmental concerns. Sometimes that's appropriate. It is not appropriate here. As many people have said before, this is such a rare ecosystem. No balance can be had. Any loss is unacceptable. They've thrown around the Shirley Hines Land Trust name. It's a great organization. I'm sure they are in contact. They will do whatever they can no matter what happens. But they exist because things like this keep happening, because we keep destroying these natural resources. This area should be preserved for future generations, like Leidick Bog, like the Chamberlain Lakes, which can create a wildlife green corridor that already exists in that area. An auto yard adds no unique value to this county. That Oak Savanna is a unique, irreplaceable value to this county. Thank you.
Hello, my name is AJ Popovic. I live at 624 West 9th Street, Mishawaka. When you think of Indiana, images of corn and soy probably pop into your mind, Rust Belt stereotypes. And the fact of the matter is Indiana is so much more than what has become commonly known as Indiana. This is Indiana. This rare ecosystem. We are at the crossroads of the forests of the east and the plains to the west, and it's also where the north and the south meet. We are one of the most biologically diverse regions in the country, and it would be a shame to see one of the 0.025% remnants of this very rare and very, very uniquely Midwestern ecosystem be destroyed for what? For a junkyard, when there are so many other brown spaces that have already been developed, have already been ruined, have already been abandoned. It simply doesn't make sense to me, and I urge you to deny this proposal. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Brian Horvath, 23955 Madison Road, South Bend, Indiana. I'm here today to ask you to vote no on the rezoning of this property, and to ask you if we had a business in St. Joe County that was historically significant and only available in less than 100% of the globe, would you consider rezoning that area to destroy that business? Why are we doing that to our environment? This is, as stated, an extremely unique, globally unique environment that we should be celebrating. We should be excited to have this in St. Joe County. This sets us apart from the rest of Indiana and the rest of the world. One more auto wrecking yard that would make a total of 34 in St. Joe County, or one for every 7,500 residents, does not add any value to our county. Do you want to cater to a large business that is all over the world with over 60 locations in the United States that, as Dean stated himself, doesn't even utilize 100% of the current site? He specifically said in his presentation that utilization of the current site is never 100%. So why do they need to expand across the street? The green areas that she presented in her presentation were not remnant forests. Those were not ecologically significant, very unique forests. They were trees on the side of a plant. Those pictures that she tried to greenwash for you are not what is going to happen in this location. They also talk about, in the staff report, how it's favorable to the comprehensive plan. I remind the commission that that comprehensive plan is over 2 decades old and is currently in a new draft stage for the 2024 comprehensive plan that specifically has an environmental stewardship pillar tasking the county with preserving open space, critical environmental areas, farmland, and places of natural beauty that contribute to the quality of life and economic well-being of St. Joe County. So will you stand with your constituents on what they want and need for this county, or will you cater to another large business? Native plant communities are the basis of all life as we know it. Without them, we don't have native insects, we don't have native songbirds, we don't have mammals, including human beings. So, if you value the sanctity of life, you will vote no on this. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Mike Olis, 615 North Alabama Street, Indianapolis, Indiana. I'm the Director of Urban Forestry for the Indiana Forest Alliance. We have about 1,000 members in St. Joseph County, 25,000 members across the state. But I will say I do support car auctions. My family's bought three cars from car auctions, and you know it's a great way to save some money and reuse a product. At the Indiana Forest Alliance, though, we talk about Indiana a lot. You know, we work at all levels, from the Senate, U.S. Senate, down to school board and township, about how do we save ecosystems and urban forests. And you know, our executive director, you know, he'll go on a rant and just talk about how there's more biological diversity in 20 acres of Indiana forest than there are in a whole national park out west. That we have been given an Indiana, you know, we don't appreciate it, but we have this amazing ecological jewel that is part of our state's heritage. And of course, because of decisions like putting car auctions on top of ecologically at-risk sites, you know, we've lost a lot of our ecological heritage. But across the state, communities like St. Joseph County, from the Ohio River up to Lake Michigan, are changing their tune. They are working to figure out how do we save places like these black oak savannas. And you know, driving up here today, you know, thinking about how this is one of the most endangered ecological systems in the world. You know, you think you'd have to travel to the Amazon or to Africa or to Indonesia to save a parcel like this. But here in Indiana, and this board and the county, you know, can make a bold stand and stand up for you know, what's right and the right thing to do, which is preserving the savanna, rejecting this rezoning, and making this stand for what's right. Thank you.
John Minesburg, 24099 US Highway 20. Appreciate you spending almost an hour listening to us. I didn't know you didn't have to spend very much time listening to people supporting this idea. I did like their presentation. I thought it was pretty good. I liked the pictures of, you know, Louisiana, and I think it was South Carolina and England. They've got, you know, probably a lot of good people work for this extremely large company that has locations all over the world, basically. But, you know, nobody here, I don't think, had anything to do with the county comprehensive development plan. Probably nobody had any input on it. But the idea is that all these people, most of them live in this area or they have some interest in this area. And rather than having 20 acres of this black forest savanna, maybe if we worked at it, we could have 40 or 50 acres there, you know, grown a little bit. But basically my question for you is, are you representing all of us and are against it, or are you representing a corporation from where, I don't even know where their home office is? You know, I think you should be doing the job for these people who are up here speaking. Thank you.
Hi, Carol Neff,
My address, 25431 Grant Road. Yeah, I'm your neighbor, or would be your neighbor. I own a 5-acre tract. My brother owns another 5-acre tract that's just east of this. My concern is, one, the fencing, because it is a natural corridor. I myself has experienced landing turtles walking down my path, going probably to Chamberlain Lake Nature Preserve, somewhere between the Kettle Lakes and Chamberlain Lake. I have hawks. I have all kind of wildlife. I've been unappreciative, I guess, of everything. I mean, I'm just overwhelmed by all the people who are in support of this area, because it's been my home for, decades, and I just didn't realize how important it was to everybody else, but I just knew I liked it, and it was my home. And I love the nature in the back, and we preserve about 3 acres. Currently, it is the Black Oak Savanna. And so my 2 concerns are, one, the fencing, because that will prevent nature from going through there, deer and everything else that walks through there. And also, my other concern is the lighting and the dust, because I've gone past, their area they have now across on State Road there. And now, even though, because it's dry, I know, but it's really dusty. I mean, there's a white plume of dust that comes up. And the lightning would also affect a lot of the wildlife. So I'm just asking that you just hold off, talk to Shirley Hines, to see what we can work with this. I'm sympathetic to what to do with this area. I mean, we mainly haven't developed our land because it kept a nice green buffer to the noise from the speedway and the lights from the speedway. And I don't know what to do with it. It's commercial now. Make it a bicycle velodrome. I don't know, something nice and quiet. But just please, consider talking to Shirley Hines and see what we can do to preserve this area. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Steve Francis, Juday Lake Drive, Clay Township. For those who don't know, I was 10 years state chair of a large environmental conservation organization in the state of Indiana. I have a particular interest in conservation in St. Joe County, as you all know. I came here to speak to the comprehensive plan hearing, which is later. I invite everybody to stay another hour, because that is the time for the public to weigh in, the one time we have on the new comprehensive land use plan for the entire county. And I want to link this up with this decision. I appreciated the commitments that the developer has made so far. I think the big thing I wonder is, why isn't there a commitment to preserve legally the Black Oak Savanna? I mean, why is that left out of the commitment? I assume they may have considered it. I think at this point, and the environmental director spoke about preserving and being a steward of the environment. I think this is the time to listen to a lot of what's being said today. I don't live near there. I think there are other issues with the redevelopment of this site as well. But in the comprehensive plan that you're going to review today and going to be presented, we're considering a conservation corridor which extends all the way down through the Kettle Lakes, down through, or should extend through this area to all the way to perhaps St. Patrick's Park, not St. Patrick's, Potato Creek State Park. Yet this is going to slide through. I think there's an opportunity here for the developer to say, whoa, wait a minute. You've heard a lot of objections, you've heard a lot of concerns, you've met at the 11th hour with the Shirley Hines Land Trust. This group can only decide whether to be favorable, unfavorable, or no recommendation. Then it goes to the county council. I hope all of you fine folks show up in 3 weeks when the county council decides on it. But the developer can decide to pull it. They can say, okay, we need to consider things, not put you through an agonizing decision here, and they can decide to work out the commitments that they might need to make. Maybe they can't make them to the satisfaction of everybody in this group, but I think that's the time for them to do it. And then to really, truly work with the Shirley Hines Land Trust and other of us conservationists to make sure that we preserve this area. It's very ecologically sensitive. Thank you.
Next.
My name is Nathaniel Shoemaker. I live at 56869 Peach Road, South Bend, Indiana. I'm going to ask you to vote against at this time. I have three main concerns. One is the fencing. I don't believe 6 feet is high enough for this application. It's clearly visible from my house. My property value is going to decrease because who wants to live next to it? I bought the place because of the racetrack. I'm an avid race fan. Kevin, I see you're here today. I appreciate everything you've done for the community. Kevin is a very great track owner. He tried his hardest. It's just proven that South Bend is not fit for a racetrack. My second second is currently IAA is sitting here telling us in their environmental, for dust mitigation and fencing. For their current, if you drive down Indiana 2 and you drive by, they have a little green sheet on their fence. Every other day it gets windy, you can watch it flap in the wind. I believe it's more of a site issue than it is their corporate. Also with the dust, if you drive down Indiana 2 today, when I drove by on my way from work, I work at the Navistar Proving Grounds. When you drive by, they sold us that they have a water truck to prevent dust mitigation. If you drive there right now and you look at the cars in the field, you can see nothing but covered dust on their vehicles. Why is the dust mitigation not happening at IAA right now? Is it going to happen if this is approved, right? My third and my biggest issue, which hasn't been discussed, is the crime statistics. These vehicles have catalytic converters on them. Theft is going to occur. We're giving them access off of Peach and Grant. These vehicles can back up to a 6-foot fence. You've now cut it in half to 3 feet. They jump over the fence. It's dark. I personally don't want lighting back there. It's a residential area. I enjoy the nighttime. I have 2 children that I'm thinking of when I speak of this crime. If the crimes start to occur, the catalytic converter thefts, who's to say they're not coming to my house to cut my cats off my car? I have 2 kids to protect. That's why I'm asking you to vote against it at this time. There is progress to be made before a proper yes can be given. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Jason Tebow. I'm from 1408 Sunnymead Avenue, South Bend, Indiana. I'm going to come at you 2 different ways. First and foremost, I work at AmeriGas right next door to the north property. Dust, you have no idea. My vehicle, I should be sending them bills for washing my car. It's nonstop. There's no water trucks. The north side of that property, which they did not show on their map, has encroached in a wetland some south of the chain of lakes. How that got zoned however long ago, I don't know, but you can look at it. So there's that. That ground I've been going to for about 15 years. So I worked in ecological restoration a long time ago. A man behind me showed me this property about 15 years ago. And you walk it, and I've worked for national parks. I've worked for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife. I've worked in North Dakota. I worked on the Canadian border at Voyageurs National Park. And places that are not impaired. And they're beautiful. But I go there to this Black Oak Savanna, the last of it in our county. Not much of it around, period. And I feel like I walk with ghosts of yesteryear. I imagine when I go in there, and for my soul, and I'm kind of getting a little shook up right now. I walk in there, and I just soak it in. There's species there that you'll never find anywhere else around here. I take my 81-year-old mother, Linda. We pick wild blueberries there. I mean, enough to make a pie. Little, painstakingly, little blueberries that taste unreal, like you'd find in Maine or northern UP or whatnot. But I walked through there and I envisioned the Potawatomi walking through here, which you know they hunted. The buffalo, they would have migrated through that high ground. They wouldn't have been in the wet ground by Grapevine Ditch and all that. And I just soak it in and I think, what an amazing place. That out of all the places I've worked, I get a sense of place, of reverence of that hallowed ground. I understand you got to do business. That traffic, and again, I see the car haulers all the time, blocking traffic. There's no joke. It's a pain in the ass, sorry. Like I said, I work next door. But the amount of development that you're gonna have on that side of the county with the battery plant and
Jason, you have 30 seconds left.
the data plant, it's great, but it's gonna change that whole area. You're gonna see these agate places that are gonna end up becoming probably, 2,000 to 3,000 people are gonna be commuting to work. They're not all gonna be commuting. There's gonna be subdivisions coming up. You're gonna have development. New Carlisle will not look the same. Leidick won't look the same. More green spaces, better community, happy people, more votes for you, we're all good. I understand you gotta do business. Maybe their footprint doesn't have to be as large. Shirley Hines, from what I've always talked to people with them, wasn't interested.
Sir, your time's up now.
Okay. But it should be deeded with, Shirley Hines should be on the deed on somehow before.
Hi, Bob Allison, 7422 Kankakee Road, down near Walkerton. I've had the pleasure of working in the environmental industry, botany, for 30 years. I'm retired now. The South Bend Motor Speedway, amongst other sites, has immense diversity. It's not the black oaks only. It's the 400 other little tiny species, reindeer moss, you name it. There are things there that you don't see other places. So we do restoration and seed collection and stuff from all over the place, Midwest. I've had access from the last 4 owners of the South Bend Speedway to go back there, no charge from them. Kevin Sauer was very polite about it as well, to give us access so that we could take that ecological material, take it back to our nursery in Walkerton, produce plants that then go out to either produce seed and or produce more plants elsewhere. The truth of the matter is if you took that small little area and started to itemize it, and this is the big part of what I'm bringing to you today, if you were to itemize that and to say, okay, so for this oak tree, for this baptisia plant, for this, for that, and tried to recreate that, you're talking about something that not only are most of those materials not on the market because they're rare, threatened, endangered, special concern, but economically, you could never afford to rebuild that system. And it's not just the plants, it's not just the trees, it's the soil microbes, it's the fungal and bacterial elements all working together as one. My time is up, but again, I think like everybody else here, if you guys vote favorably for this, you have no environmental ethic, don't ever hug a tree.
Christopher Huff, 1831 College Street, South Bend, St. Joseph County, Indiana. I've been a very staunch supporter of this community for many, many years. I remember when the first junkyard on State Road 2 was put in probably 55 or 60 years ago. Number one, Black Oak Savannah, most have been cut down to make pallets. That's what happens to them, pallets. Number two, I cannot believe that our staff and this commission have not rewritten this zoning ordinance because these uses are not commercial. These uses are heavy industrial. And in virtually every community in this nation, and I'm not talking Louisiana because they've got a notorious reputation, but certainly DuPage County, Illinois, Westchester, those have all been rewritten to require special uses in industrial districts for auto recycling, auto wrecking, auto storage, those sorts of uses. So I highly recommend that our staff get on the shtick. Number three, when I'm sitting back here and I'm watching the members of our Plan Commission, I do not expect to see any member of the Plan Commission with any other facial expression, or certainly, you're playing poker up there. Yes, Mr. Thacker? Thank you.
Hi, my name's Amanda Mitchell. My address is 27205 Riley Road out in North Liberty. I just wanted to point out a few things. I know that a couple people already had amazing points, so I'm trying not to touch on anything, so I'm sorry if it's repetitive. But going back to the presentation that they gave today, it left a lot more questions than answers because you noticed that there was a lot of contradictory information. So what we were told, there's no fluid in the vehicles, but yet I know somebody pointed it out. There's fires. Where are those fires coming from? And then if you guys have been around vehicles, you have to know there's always residual, right? So when we get the rain off, even if it is drained, it's gonna go into the ground, right? And so those are some of the concerns I would have about that. But the other one is, who's draining it if that's the case? Where is this gonna be done outside of it? Wouldn't that be a question we want to know? Because are they just doing it down the road and dragging it? Or is it because they're gonna get the special use permit and it's for a salvage yard or a wrecking yard? And who's gonna stop them at that point from actually doing what they say they're not going to do? Right? Because what we see is a lot of times people get it rezoned and then they just keep creeping and creeping and creeping, and it's not actually protecting our environment or protecting our land at all or the neighbors. One of the things, and I'm sorry if I missed it, they also said that they do daily inspections for erosion. I've never heard of that happening for any company. I would love to see the records, but I just wanted to point that out. Maybe it was a misspeak on the part of Tracy, but I just don't feel like what they were presenting us is actually what we would get, right, in the long run. And I don't want to repeat anything else anybody else said, so thank you for your time.
What was your name again?
My name's Amanda Mitchell.
Good afternoon, Dan Caruso, 305 Compton Street, New Carlisle, the crash test dummy for St. Joseph County. I just want to clear one thing up. Carl, during your presentation, you said that there had been approval of a gas station on this site, that zoning had, that we had passed to permit a gas station on this site, because if that happened, I missed it, and I'm usually at all these things.
Yeah, it was the site directly east of this one. It was last year around October.
I know one got turned down because we didn't want another truck stop there. But
Winston too did, but this one passed. Yeah, this was the site of the vacant Whiskey D's property.
okay, but not the site that they were trying to put the truck stop at.
That's correct. Quinson 2 was denied.
Right. Okay, all right. That's all I got. What everybody said, I second it. Thank you.
Is there anybody else present wishing to speak against this petition? Seeing none, I will go to the Zoom. Let's start with Chris. You have your hand. Chris Bidler?
Beidler. Yeah, it's Beidler. Thanks. Yep. Thank you. Thank you for taking so much time to listen to the community on this proposal. My name is Chris Beidler. I live at 16111 Woodhaven Court. That's all the way up in Granger. So I will not be speaking to any of the concerns the people who actually live near this site have raised, as I live very far away. However, I do want to speak for just a moment about how we got to this point. But I'm coming at this from a slightly different perspective than a lot of the other folks. Maybe I'm not involved in environmental science or ecology at all. I'm actually a senior executive at a small software firm and a successful entrepreneur. But when I look at what's going on here, and the reason that I'm going to urge you to vote no on this rezoning and special use proposal is I see how you got here, right? You have this parcel of land and it's not being used for anything right now, and somebody wants to buy it. And so you say, well, what do you want to do with it? It looks great, right? But as you've obviously heard many people say more eloquently and with more specific knowledge than I have, you've got two different pieces of land involved in this parcel, one of which is the Speedway, and the other of which is a unique resource that as a practical matter cannot be reconstituted once it's destroyed. That's a part of this county's environmental and historical heritage. And when I say that, I think it's really important to understand that saying you want to preserve a parcel of land that has ecological significance doesn't mean you plunk down a 34-acre vitrine over it and never touch it again. I mean, right here on this site plan, you can see the Warren County Firehouse that did a very good job of making economically productive use of part of this land in a way that didn't pave it over to store cars on. I think that as our planning commission, your responsibility is to find ways to use the land in our county that is, as your own plan says, the highest, best use, right? So what you have here is a parcel of land that you're trying to move as a parcel, because that's the way that the commercial transaction is constructed, that really has two different pieces to it that have wildly incompatible highest, best uses. And so I urge you to give an unfavorable recommendation to this particular proposal and to come back around at it again. Talk with IAA, talk with the Shirley Hayes Land Trust, talk with other people to see how this
Chris, you have
space
30
can be
seconds left.
divided up. Thank you. See how this space can be divided up so that the needs of the people who live there, the desire to actually use this land for commercial development where it's appropriate, and the preservation of this irreplaceable resource can all be respected. Thank you very much for your time.
Let's go Allison Mintzberg.
Hi, my name's Allison Minesberg. I live at 2633 Arrowhead Drive in South Bend, Indiana, and frequently drive by this area to reach my brother's house where the kids like to play outdoors. And I just wanted to say that I think Joni Mitchell said it best when she said, Pave Paradise put up a parking lot, and she was not suggesting that we do that. Thank you.
Emily Kosick?
Hi, I live at 25609 Country Club Drive. I just wanted to weigh in. My husband and I, he's a fireman, works at Warren Township Fire Department, Station 19 quite frequently. We both oppose the rezoning for a couple of different reasons. I don't have the knowledge or the education as a lot of the environmental experts have discussed the impact and the fact that this is something that if it's destroyed, it will be gone forever. So that is a big concern for me. As a St. Joe County resident and a Warren Township resident, and working with the fire department and the amount of just the time and effort and energy that went in as our township really reworked the Savannah, tried to restore. I mean, it was a big project and a wonderful thing for the township to do, and then to have the next door area rezoned and ruined is just extremely frustrating. And it blows my mind. It blows my mind that our township would put that kind of effort into preserving our land, and then it could just be for basically nothing. The little 5 acres that they were working to keep healthy, and it's frustrating. The other thing is, again, the groundwater. My husband living at the fire station part-time. And then being a West Sider is a new experience for me. I've lived on the West Side now for like 10 years. Living on the other side of town, South Side, the West Side always kind of had a distasteful, there was the junkyards, and you've seen improvement with the fire stations and with South Bend Chocolate Factory and Leidick Bog, and we're moving in the right direction. And so it's frustrating to think that some of that progress would be just ruined with this auto yard, another one. We really don't need another one in that area. That's all.
Thank you. There's one that says M on there. Please state your name and address, please.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Mary Countryman, 52959 Timothy Road, New Carlisle. I'm sorry?
Go ahead, Mary.
Oh, I thought somebody was saying something to me. When the environmental speaker, Ms. Miller, she made a great presentation. It all sounds good and well, but I also found a history of some violations, and there were incidents in 2007, 8, and 9 that were environmental issues, and particularly they were cited for not taking samples as they were supposed to. And then when they eventually did take samples, they showed high levels of copper, zinc, and phosphorus. They were to review their stormwater pollution control and submit the action plan for approval, which was not done according to state documents. That was in Oregon. And they ended up settling and paying fines. Fines are good and well, but that doesn't help our water and the aquifer below it. It was also mentioned that an area would not be developed. What happens, because in the past we've seen where what was stated as requirements or stipulations put on the original owner, when that property was sold or transferred, those rules or restrictions did not go with it. Let's see, I've got a lot of notes here. Foam was mentioned to put out fires. What protection do we have from the foam if it's going to be running with the water off the blacktop and with all those dangerous contaminants and PFAS? That foam is known to cause all sorts of cancers of the kidney, prostate, liver, thyroid, breast, and several lymphomas. So those running off the blacktop and into the savanna, that's not good, and not into our aquifer, that's not good. Carbon capture and carbon sequestration has been a popular phrase in the past few years, and there was talk about carbon capture sequestering and giving, quote, carbon credits, unquote, to new businesses during when we were working on the comprehensive plan during some of those sessions. The problem is carbon capturing is expensive and cannot achieve zero emissions. The funny thing is, when I was a kid in school, we learned all about the process where trees and other plants absorbed carbon dioxide, and they released oxygen. So we need to be protecting all we can, especially in an endangered area such as...
Mary, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you. This past weekend, my husband and I drove past there. It's looking uglier and uglier on Highway 2, and why I don't understand why anybody would want to make that area going into South Bend look even uglier. It's already bad enough coming into New Carlisle. And also, I ask you to vote no, not yes, and not a neutral no decision. I ask you to just vote no, because saying no recommendation is just kind of like, I don't know.
Mary, your time is up now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
There's is it N Bowl.
Hi there, Natalia from Illinois. And I don't want to repeat everything that everybody else has said. I'm just going to say.
I need to get your full address.
Oh, okay. 989 Hillcrest Boulevard in Hoffman Estates, Illinois.
Thank you.
In that presentation, we saw photos of their existing facilities. It was parking lot after parking lot after parking lot. And I guess that was supposed to make us feel better, but the only one that they showed us really where there was a tiny strip of land that was intact. So I don't feel like they're putting in much effort to preserve the land around them at all, other than put up those fences. And I want to speak to the petitioner, because I want you guys to also think about your responsibility here. Think about in 200 years when somebody's reading a book about the last oak savannas in Indiana, and you guys are going to be the ones responsible for paving over it. Think about that. Think about your kids, and if that's the legacy that you guys want to leave behind. Thank you.
Is there anybody else on Zoom wishing to speak against this petition? Please use the raise hand feature. Oh, we got a couple there. Ashley? Ashley, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Ashley Bergeron. I live on 60767 Mayflower Road, South Bend, Indiana. I did join this meeting late, so I wasn't able to see the presentation, and I joined the meeting late because I am a college student at IUSB. I study biology, and I know how important biodiversity is and protecting rare ecosystems such as this oak savanna. And somebody mentioned about a bunch of parking lots, and I really just hate driving by a bunch of parking lots, so that's not ideal as somebody who lives in the area. And I just think for like the state of Indiana and like the biodiversity of the land, I would like everybody to vote no. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Catherine. Go ahead, Catherine. You can unmute yourself.
There we go. Am I on?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. My name is Catherine Craker, and I live at 901 West Colfax Avenue. I'm a biology professor, and I live about a block from the Studebaker Museum and Tippecanoe and the Kaiser Mansion and all those beautiful historic downtown buildings. And, you know, I'm not sure we really need 3 beautiful historic mansions all that close together. We could just tear one down and put in a Dollar General. We need more of those around here, right? That's kind of how I feel when I hear about taking out a large chunk of this irreplaceable habitat to put in an auto wrecking yard that we already have plenty of. And as people have pointed out, we have got so many brownfield sites already that are just an eyesore to drive through. Please vote against this. This is an abomination. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Is there anybody else wishing to speak against this petition on Zoom? Please use the raise hand feature.
Hello.
Yeah. Hi. Could you please state your name and address?
Yeah, this is Fred. I live at 56930 Wild Heather Drive. So this place is pretty much my backyard. We're just right off of Grant Yard. Quite frankly, I don't want insurance auto auction in my backyard. They can go anywhere else in the state. I really don't care. I just don't want them in my backyard. There's better uses for that land than another junkyard, another car storage facility. So the Area Plan Commission, you guys need to do your jobs and do what's best for your constituents, for the people of the community, and not what's best for some big business that's not even located in the area, really. That's it.
Okay. Anybody else online? Please use the raise hand feature. Doesn't look like we have anybody else. I will now close this to the public. Petitioner, you have 10 minutes to rebut.
I'm going to try very hard not to take all 10 minutes. You've been at it a long time. Couple of things, couple comments. First of all, there was concern about the commitments that we've made. Those written commitments will be, in fact, in writing. They will be recorded, and they will run with the land. So there is not a situation where IAA makes written commitments and then cannot honor them or should not honor them. First of all, they will honor them. And second of all, it will run with the land. So if they sell it to somebody else, that somebody else is going to have to abide by those written commitments. Secondly, a man that I've known a long time, John Hamilton, a fabulous lawyer, and he was an excellent environmental lawyer. A lot of respect for John. And he said something about not taking green fields to build a brown field. I would respectfully suggest that there is already a 26-acre brown field there. So we're not taking a green field and making it a brown field. What we are doing is try to put to productive use the 26-acre brown field, which you've already heard is contaminated, to fix the contamination and to utilize that area and a little more with the least amount of impact on the black oak savanna. There will be at least 20 acres of black oak savanna that will be preserved. We are not paving over all of it. We have no intention to harm that. We have been in communications with Shirley Hines. It wasn't at the 11th hour. As soon as we got involved and were told of their interest, we reached out to them. We sat down and talked to Steve Downey about what he did at the Warren Township. We have a lot of respect for him doing that. There were some suggestions about trying to share the retention basin that they built, that's just not practical. We would do it if we could. We also went out and tried to purchase the property, I believe it's McAllister's property that's on the northwest corner there between Peach Road and State Road 2. We were hoping that we could buy that because then that would put even more of our development away from the black oak savanna. So there have been a lot of significant steps here taken to provide the protection to that area. We do not take our responsibilities lightly. Part of our presentation was to show that in terms of how we operate, that we do have environmental staff on, in fact, very competent environmental staff on hand. We think we are a responsible corporate citizen. And I'll end with one last thing. And I do respect, I do understand, and I do agree with the concern about this black oak savanna. But right now, this parcel is zoned R. And so a real estate developer could come in there and develop a subdivision and could tear down every bit of that savanna. And there wouldn't be a public hearing because it's zoned for that purpose. So in effect, I think, in a way, in a very important way, we're trying to move away from that opportunity to an opportunity where we are in good faith trying to preserve what obviously is a very important natural resource for our state, for our community, and for our country. And we will continue on that path. If this rezoning is granted, we are committed to an environmental responsibility that will, perhaps not to 100% of everybody's satisfaction, but we will do our best to preserve this natural resource. Thank you.
Thank you, Dick. Any questions at this time by the commission?
Yeah.
Dr. Thacker.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. Nussbaum, thank you for your presentation. We certainly appreciate that. I appreciate the work of all of our planners, and I appreciate the input from all of these community members, residents, taxpayers, the passion that they have. And I was just wondering, how many meetings were held with the people, the residents in here so they could express their concerns before they got to today? You know, it seems like it's a I mean, it's a highly sensitive,
Was that a
emotional.
question for the petitioner, or so the petitioner can come back up and answer it? We can't really take answers from the gallery exactly and consider
I was
them.
talking to Mr. Nussbaum.
Okay, can you come back up and answer that question, please?
We did not have any neighborhood meetings, so I can't say that we heard all of the people that spoke today. We were open to hear from anyone. I did speak with one of the neighbors. What we were told was there was an interest by Shirley Heinz in this particular parcel. And we reached out to them, and we had a number of communications with them. So we were well aware of the sensitivity. There were lots of things said out here today, most of which we had already learned through Shirley Heinz. And that's not to say we didn't learn some more new things here today, but everything that we have done has been with the knowledge of the concerns that the neighborhood would have. And as I've said before, our intention is to try to allay those concerns as best we can.
Thank you.
I have a few questions. Last year when we did see the gas station come through where the Whiskey D's site is now.
Can't hear you.
Sorry, I'm not very good at speaking into microphones. When we saw the Whiskey D's site come through last year, does that Savannah go onto that property too? I mean, that's that same expanse of trees on the back of that parcel to the bottom right, correct?
Sure. We weren't made aware of it at that time.
Sure, okay. I just wanted to check, because I remember we voted on that, and it seems like that's continuous through, like, the same.
Yeah, but, yeah.
I know it's a different parcel, different landowner, but, okay. And then also, I noticed that the existing car lot that they have across State Road 2 is industrial, and this one would be commercial. Was there reasoning for that? Was it because there was no exact, like you were saying, definition for what an auto salvage place would be versus what it was zoned at that point?
That use, though it doesn't reflect exactly what is being proposed on site, is truly the best fit. And it is a special use in the commercial district and the industrial district. Rather than take it to industrial, that would allow the full suite of uses for that industrial, the recommendation was to keep it commercial and require the special use.
Okay, so it was a less invasive type thing. Okay, yeah, I think this is more of a statement. Am I able to do that right now? Okay. I think it's a little concerning that we would be getting rid of such an ecologically unique place. I think it's sad that we missed it on the Whiskey D's property. No, APC wasn't aware of that, and so I understand that. I think it's also a dangerous precedent to get rid of residential zoning in any manner for our county, as we see a major housing shortage and land coming up. This would not be an appropriate place for houses because it is, hopefully is going to be protected. But that's it. Thank you.
Nobody else have?
Gene, you got something, or you?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Gene Mansat. I had a question on how much of the surface area would be made impervious and how much would be still pervious to allow water retention or water infiltration.
If I understood your question, you're asking what percentage of the site would be impervious versus pervious?
Of the area that would be developed
Right.
for.
In general, because we haven't finished this site plan and done that exact measurement, but in general, 80 to 85% of the total operational area is pervious. That is the storage packs that I was talking about earlier. But the drive lanes and the parking lot areas, those would be more intensive uses and hence impervious surfaces.
Okay. And then a follow-up question then would be the stormwater retention area. Would that amount of impervious or pervious area then affect the area needed for stormwater retention?
Well, the working definition I have of the stormwater detention pond would be it's pervious and designed to hold that water, during stormwater events and not just release it out to the streets, but eventually it drains naturally, through the soil. But if supplemental systems are required, then those would be added to let the water move into your stormwater system more gradually. It depends what specific issues we run into as we design the stormwater system.
All right, Dean, since you're back up here, I guess I got a couple questions. There's been 31 people that have come up and talked, and there was 10 on Zoom. And 4 or 5 things really stuck out from everybody. I don't think we've actually touched on what the actual percentage of this habitat would be cut into. I can see it on the site plan that this is not the final site plan, which I also have a question about that too. But how much of this habitat is going to be cut into that's existing trees right now? Do you know?
Frankly, I'm interested in that as well. And no, I don't have
probably want to speak into the mic.
boundaries of that area to make such a calculation right here, right now. Okay, is it still on? So the question was, how much of the Black Oak Savannah area would be removed with this current site plan? And my answer is that I don't have a calculation to offer today because I've never seen a prescribed area of the Black Oak Savannah. I'll call it a footprint or a boundary. But I'm as interested as you are, all of us are, in what that ratio is.
All right, question number 2 was, why is it called an auto wrecking yard?
I think that's not our
really
term.
a question for the petitioner, because
Well,
that's a problem in our zoning ordinance, is why.
But I do have that question also, is if it's going to be just staging vehicles, what?
I get this question a lot in zoning enforcement context too. If somebody has more than one unlicensed inoperable vehicle sitting on their property outside, it is an auto wrecking yard under the ordinance, just because that's how it's defined. It's dumb. That's why it's called that, but that's what it is. That's what it's called in the ordinance.
What kind of machinery noise are we going to be looking at here? Do you anticipate, and what are the hours of operation?
Okay, so what kind of machinery do we operate and what are the hours of operation? The machinery that moves through the yard are these large loaders. They can weigh up to 20,000 pounds. Our loaders are specifically made for our use, and they use 15-foot-long metal forks in the front of the loader, and it goes under each car, picks the car up, and transports it. Otherwise, there's really no other activity in the yard. The loaders move around, but there's nothing else. There's no golf carts, there's no people walking around unless they're doing a unique inspection, of a car that's already in the storage area. So that's the activity and the type of equipment we operate. But your second question was hours of operation. At every yard and every site that IA operates, we have an 8 to 5 operation Monday through Friday.
All right, and then this question also came up, which I was going to ask anyways, is who does drain the vehicles? And if you get a vehicle that comes to you that does still have fluids in it, what happens to that vehicle?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear everything you asked.
So who drains the vehicles of all of the fluids before they get to you, or is it done right there on site? Or 2, if you get a vehicle that does come with fluids, what happens with that vehicle that has the fluids in it?
Okay, so 2-part question. The fluids in the car at the beginning of the process of identifying it to come to our yard, when, how are those fluids drained? And then you're asking second part, how do we handle it if it's found at our site? Is that right?
If somebody brings you a vehicle and it has fluid in it, I don't know how you're getting your vehicle. You just said they're coming on big trucks, so.
Yeah.
I don't know how.
Yeah, well, like we've said a little bit earlier, and I know this may not have been the clearest thing, but in general, those vehicles only come to our yards, wherever they are in any state, after the vehicle fluids have been drained. If an exception is found, then we have to drain it on the site before it's stored. We capture that, that status before it moves into the storage yard, while it's on the impermeable surface. And to your question, those fluids are stored, to my best of my knowledge, in drums. I can't tell you how we exactly dispose of it, but Tracy and I can research that question and come back to you.
Okay, that's all the questions that I have.
Anybody else? I got a couple questions for staff as far as, this is a three-part hearing. So the first one we have to vote on is the rezoning. I guess, question, if we didn't deny the rezoning, could we still approve the special exception on the, because it's one parcel, correct? It's not two different parcels.
Yeah, so the auto wrecking yard is an allowed special use on the C part, but not on the R part. Again, you guys are sending favorable, unfavorable, or no recommendation on both of those things to the county council. If it got to them and they said no on the rezoning, but yes on the special use, it would be able to apply on the part that's currently zoned C, but not on the part that's currently zoned R.
That's what I wanted to verify. Okay.
So I'm just gonna make a statement here and then I'll make a motion unless anybody else has got anything else. Listen, I have no idea what a Black Oak Savannah is, and I have baseball practice tonight, and I think I'm gonna cancel practice and make everybody come out to this site so that they can see it. Because it's a celebrity that I don't know now. I feel like it's a celebrity that I don't know right now, that I need to find out, and I've lived here my entire life, right? I'm torn between multiple ideas here, right? I don't like the idea of this going in, but on the flip side, a developer could come in and buy this and spend an absolutely massive amount of money on reclaiming and fixing the soils and destroy every tree that's out there and turn it into a subdivision, and nobody would have any say, right? So I'm right now I'm torn, and I feel like I don't have enough information about these Black Oak Savannah trees, and I have no idea who the Shirley Hines Trust is either. So I don't really have enough information personally on like what are these trees and why are they so special, and this Shirley Hines Trust. So I mean, I can't make, with the information that I have, I don't feel like I can do this fairly. I would also agree that currently there's a brownfield on site for a portion of it. On the flip side, that brown site could be fixed, right? So unless anybody else has got anything, no? All right, well, I'm gonna make a motion to send an unfavorable recommendation to the county council on APC petition 3050-24.
For what? We got 3 votes for the rezoning?
Unfavorable recommendation for the zoning, yes, sorry.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and excuse me. We have a motion and a second for the rezoning of APC 3050-24 to send to the St. Joseph County Council with an unfavorable recommendation. Let's have a roll call vote, please.
Mr. England?
Yes.
Dr. Lauk?
Yes.
Ms. Hannon?
Yes.
Mr. Krasinski?
Yes.
Mr. Matzett?
Yes.
Mr. Roush?
Yes.
Mr. Tavernier?
Yes.
Dr. Thacker? Yes. Mr. Devon?
Yes. Okay, now we also have a special use variance we have to, or a special use on the C district that we have to vote on. Do we have a motion for that?
So did I miss it? How many acres is zone commercial in this?
It's approximately 30 acres is commercial, just pretty much what encompasses the speedway. I can pull it up in a
So
second.
what's on the speedway right now? Or
Yep.
what's on the, basically what the track is and behind everything. All right, well, I can't do one without the other. So, petition, make a motion that petition 3050-24 that we send an unfavorable recommendation for the special use to the St. Joseph County Council.
Molly Hannon, I second.
We have a motion and a second for the special use on APC 3050-24 to send to the St. Joseph County Council with an unfavorable recommendation. Can we have roll call vote, please?
Dr. Thacker? Yes. Mr. Roush?
Yes.
Mr. Matzett?
Yes.
Mr. Krasinski?
Yes.
Dr. Lauk?
Yes.
Mr. England?
Yes.
Ms. Hannon?
Yes.
Mr. Tavernier? Mr. Devon?
Yes. Motion carried. And we have the two variances that we approve or deny. Do we have a motion on the variances?
I would suggest before you make your motions, if you are intending to approve the variances, that you put the condition on them that they would only be approved if the special use and the rezoning are both also approved. Or really, if the special use is approved, I think would be the condition.
Does that make sense? So we approve or deny the variances here. They don't go to the county council. We could approve them subject to, if the council decides to
Approve the special use.
the special use, even though we gave unfavorable recommendation, we could still approve the variances, subject to whatever that gets, or we could deny them.
But if you approve them without the subject to language, there would just be variances on there that they could just put up a fence and then whatever else they did with it, the variances would be there.
So we can either vote for both, can we vote for both the variances at the same time?
If you want to do the same thing with both of them, you can vote for them at the same time. If you want to do different things with them, you need to do it separately.
I have another question for clarification. If county commission does pass both of them, say that it gets rezoned and the special use is put on there, if we vote no to these two things, are we then like saying they can't put up a 6-foot fence and these people have to look at these things, or?
Yes, that is correct.
So it would not be able to be re-voted upon post?
If you turn the variances down, you do actually have a limit in your rules that is similar to the BZA related to variances specifically, because that's a decision you guys make. They would not be able to ask for that variance again for another 6 months.
They couldn't ask for it for another 6 months?
Yeah.
So, okay. Well,
Does anybody have a motion on the variances? What's the requirement for if this, let's say they just develop, I guess they couldn't,
So-
unless the special use happens.
They're still required to plant type 2 landscaping abutting residential districts. Staff just felt that the extra fence would help with visual screening. And that's why we were recommending favorably on the fence. And the other part is the loading area in the front of the property. Again, it would be pretty difficult to design the front of the site if the loading area was behind the building that they're inspecting them in.
and we are voting on these separately?
We can, or we can vote them together.
Gotcha.
That's the same motion.
In order to protect a potential future allowance of this to all happen, Molly Hannah, will make a motion to approve the 6-foot chain link fence for the first variance and the second variance, an off-street loading area.
A second.
Is that subject to the?
Subject
to the
to-
county council's approval of the special use?
Yes, subject to that approval.
And that's what you were seconding?
I'll second that.
So we have a motion and a second to approve the variances for APC 3050-24, subject to the special exception approval. Is that,
I think that takes care of staff's
Is that-
concern, right? Yeah.
okay. A roll call vote, please.
Mr. England?
Yes.
Dr. Lauk? Yes. Mr. Krasinski?
Yes.
Mr. Matsett?
Yes.
Mr. Roush?
Yes.
Dr. Thacker? Yes. Ms. Hannon?
Yes.
Mr. Tavernier?
Yes.
Mr. Devon?
Yes. Motion carries. Thank you. That's everything for item number 1.
Okay, say it again.
Excuse me, we're going to resume our meeting, so if you have a conversation, please take it outside. Yep. Okay. Thank you, everybody. We have another combined public hearing, item number 2. Can we have the reading for that, please?
A combined public hearing of Church of the Brethren, Pine Creek Church, seeking the following variances. Number 1, from section 154.092 sub A to allow a lot area of 0.6 acres where a minimum of 20 acres is required for a proposed one-lot subdivision. Also seeking primary approval of Pine Creek Church minor subdivision to be located on the southwest corner of the intersection of Pine and Stanton Roads. Property located at 69531 Pine Road, St. Joseph County. APC application number 3052-24.
Good afternoon. This is Carl Brongrim, Area Plan Commission staff. So this petition is slightly different than what you're used to by now. Some of you may remember the Shamrock Hills RV Park petition that came to you at the end of last year, which contained some variances and a subdivision. The petition today is a request for a variance as well as primary approval for a subdivision. As you can see, the lot is currently a 32-acre parcel located on the west side of Pine Road. The large majority of the lot is located north of Stanton Road and contains a church. However, approximately 1 acre of this lot is found south of Stanton Road with a single-family dwelling unit on it. The petitioners are looking for primary approval today of a subdivision that will split the dwelling unit from the property of the church, thereby creating a more logical parcel bound by county rights-of-ways and doesn't overlap over Stanton Road there. Subdivisions are not often seen by this board. However, the reason they are in front of you today is that this area of the county is zoned A agricultural district, which you may know has a minimum lot area of 20 acres for a dwelling unit. So this parcel, the parcel to the south that's being split, does need a variance to complete the subdivision. The petitioner wanted to bring it to you today so that they could get the variance and the subdivision done in one kind of go. So procedurally, I'll provide you with the staff report for the variance and then the subdivision. I would ask that we vote on the variance first, and then we'll move to the subdivision part because that is necessary for the subdivision to meet all of the components of the subdivision control ordinance. So this is the current single-family home right here. It's found south of Stanton Road, I believe. There's the Pine Creek Church, again, north of Stanton. And that's the intersection, which the current parcel spans over. We're looking at the state law criteria for variance. Staff finds that approval of this will not be injurious to the public. There is no new proposed building for the lot, and the lot that will be created already has that dwelling unit on it that has existed since the 1960s. Similarly, the use and value of the adjacent area will remain unchanged. Many of the nearby properties at this intersection have lots already less than 20 acres in area, and 4 parcels have lots less than 1 acre in area, as this one will as well. The newly created parcel will be in character with the surrounding area with respect to lot size. Finally, staff does find practical difficulty in this case for this variance, in that the ordinance would deny the petitioner the ability to create a more logical parcel bound by county rights-of-ways, and it separates the dwelling unit from the church, allowing them to be more like used separately. So with that, we do recommend approval of the variance, and I would ask that you vote on this variance now before we get to the subdivision.
Public hearing or presentation?
I believe, can we do the public hearing, or do we have to go through everything for the variance part?
It's a combined hearing.
So we gotta go through it all?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Is it a minor or a major? You don't need a public hearing for a minor.
The minor subdivision does not require a public hearing, but it is a combined public hearing. So actually, do we need to?
I mean, we have to have a public hearing because there's variances involved.
Right, but can we have the public hearing at this point and then move to the subdivision part?
I mean, that would be, the petitioner's time to talk would be split up. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay. Then in that case, I'll just move on to the staff report for the subdivision, and we can vote in that way. So typically what we do for subdivisions is we just read the staff report. So here it is. This minor primary subdivision is located at the southwest intersection of Stanton Road and Pine Road in St. Joseph County. The subdivision will consist of 1 building lot. Total area is 0.64 acres. A check of the agency maps indicates that no environmental hazards or wetlands are present. The rights-of-way are correct as shown. The site will be served by a private well and private septic. The county surveyor, county health department, and county engineer all recommend approval. The subdivision went through technical review on August 15th, 2024. The professional land surveyor, on behalf of the applicant, requests the following waiver from section 153.135H to allow for 1 20-foot opening across the 5-foot non-access easement, so lot 1 can continue to have access onto Stanton Road. Staff finds that if staff has reviewed the subdivision and finds that if the waivers are granted, if the variance is granted, it does comply with the requirements for primary approval as specified by the St. Joseph County Subdivision Control Ordinance. The staff therefore recommends that the subdivision be granted primary approval. So, as you may have heard, the land surveyor has also requested a waiver to allow for the opening in the non-access easement onto Stanton Road for the driveway to continue to exist. This also needs to be voted on prior to the final vote for primary approval of the subdivision. Again, the county engineer's office has reviewed this and does recommend approval. And at this point, I would take any questions that you have on this process or the petition itself.
Any questions? Nope. Go ahead and have the petitioner. Mike, go ahead. You got 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chris Godlewski, Abbott Marsh Consultants, 315 West Jefferson Boulevard, South Bend, Indiana. Yeah, thank you, Carl, for the staff report. So yeah, the main 3 things why we're here is the church parsonage is going to be separated off the major 30-plus acre parcel. It's conveniently on the south end of the road. So by separating that off, right-of-way will be dedicated. It's basically going to maintain existing conditions. But because it's an ag, it's got to have the lot size variance. Lot lines are not being adjusted south of the road or west of the road. It's just being separated from the north parcel. And I think that's it. It's really just for a matter of removing the church from the house, and I can answer any detailed questions you may have.
No? Gene?
I don't know if it's appropriate for the variance discussion or the minor subdivision, but the health officer report talked about soils are suitable for replacement elevated, it says sound mound instead of sand mound. But does that mean the current septic system is good, and if it's replaced, then it needs the sand mound?
The current septic system could not be located. That was by our effort and the church's effort. So we did 3 soil borings at the opposite end of the house. And per that report, that's where, if a septic was replaced, that's what the type of system would have to be in there. So we did what we needed to get to the point in case we had to replace it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so should we vote on the variance or go ahead and have public hearing? Public hearing?
Public
Okay.
hearing, yes.
Okay, I'll go ahead and open this to the public. Is there anybody, that's my timer. Is anybody here wishing to speak in favor of this petition? Please come forward and state your name and address. Seeing none, anybody online wishing to speak in favor of this petition, please use the raise hand feature. Seeing none, anybody present wishing to speak against this petition, please come forward. Seeing none, anybody online wishing to speak against this petition, please use the raise hand feature. Again, seeing none, I will now close this to the public. And do we have any discussion? So this is a confusing one, but it's three-part one. We have to vote on the variances, then the waiver, and then the subdivision. And we approve the subdivision here, correct?
Yep, no recommendations involved here. This is all you guys.
Is there any discussion? Otherwise, do you have three different motions, correct?
Yes.
So do we have any motions for the variances?
I'll do my best here. Hi, Julie Lauk, I make a motion to approve the lot variance as presented.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second to approve the variances for APC 3052-24. May I vote, please?
Mr. England?
Yes.
Ms. Hannon?
Yes.
Mr. Krasinski?
Yes.
Mr. Mansett?
Yes.
Mr. Roush?
Yes.
Mr. Tavernier?
Yes.
Dr. Thacker? Dr. Lauk?
Yes.
Mr. Devon?
Yes. Now we have a motion for the waiver. Was it driveway waiver? That was?
Yeah.
And access.
The
Access
access
and
waiver,
access, right, yeah.
accessing Stanton Road.
Nobody? Adam Devon, I'll make a motion to approve the waiver for the access to Stanton Road as presented.
Julie Lauk, second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the waiver for the access road for APC 3052-24. Can we have a vote, please?
Dr. Thacker? Mr. Tavernier?
Yes.
Mr. Roush?
Yeah.
Mr. Mansett?
Yes.
Mr. Krasinski?
Yes.
Ms. Hannon?
Yes.
Dr. Lauk?
Yes.
Mr. England?
Yes.
Mr. Devon?
Yes. And now, do we have a motion to approve or deny the subdivision as presented?
Molly Hannon, I'll make a motion to approve the subdivision.
Julie Lauk, second.
We have a motion, a second to approve the subdivision for APC 3052-24.
Mr. England?
Yes.
Mr. Krasinski?
Yes.
Mr. Mansett?
Yes.
Mr. Roush?
Yes.
Mr. Tavernier? Dr. Thacker? Dr. Lauk?
Yes.
Ms. Hannon?
Yes.
Mr. Devon?
Yes. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have a text amendment for the solar items again, as tabled from last meeting.
A proposed ordinance amending Title 15 Land Usage, Chapter 154, Planning and Zoning of the St. Joseph County Code, Section 154.515, to revise the development standards for large-scale solar energy systems as initiated by the St. Joseph County County Council, APC application number 3048-24, as tabled.
Did you, in the last hearing, you recused yourself, did you? Were we gonna do that again, or?
Mr. President, it's been brought to my attention that I need to recuse myself once more.
I apologize.
Okay.
And this time you can go in the hallway. We don't need you to sit in here to keep us with a quorum, so we appreciate you doing that last time. I apologize.
Farrell Sharif, Area Plan Commission staff. This is a text amendment to the Renewable Energy Systems chapter. This petition was tabled at the August meeting. At that meeting, 5 members were present and no motion was supported by a majority vote, which led to the tabling. There have been no changes to the text amendment since then, so I'll go over the highlights. If you have specific questions, I can answer them. Let me get to them. Give me one sec. Okay, so this was initiated by the county council. They passed resolution R1024 after the previous text amendment was passed. So this is what you all are voting on today. Although the contents do originate from a resolution, the text amendment follows the same process. The amendment would increase the setback for non-participating properties, so measured from a residence to 500 feet, adds a 500-foot setback for properties classified as parks or preserved areas. The previous amendment that we had for type 2 landscaping abutting a residential lot would 10 plus lots would be removed in place of this one for type 2 landscaping across an entire abutting lot line that is a residential district or residential use or a park or preserve area. And finally, add standards related to drainage, including that the zoning administrator or the drainage board may require a detailed drainage plan. I can take any questions at this time. We recommend this be sent forward favorably to the county council.
So the setback is 500 foot. It was at, what, 250 and then it went to 500? Is that what it was?
Yeah, Shelley, could you click on the PowerPoint? So, yeah, the original one that was sent was for 250 from a residence. This would increase it up to 500. It would keep the one that is 150 from a property line. So whatever restrictor would be applied.
That's what we voted on 2 months ago. Then the county councils went and increased that to 500.
They increased it to 500.
That's what they're proposing.
But we also approved a special use.
Yeah, this would have no changes to the use permissions.
And then on the drainage, the zoning administrator or drainage board?
Yeah, so first it would add this language that any damages to waterways, drainage dishes, field tiles, or other drainage must be repaired, remedied to the satisfaction of the St. Joseph County Drainage Board, or as stated in any laws or leases. And then it would add this saying that we could require them to provide a detailed drainage plan, and that would be either the zoning administrator or the drainage board could require that.
Thank you.
Is council here? Do we need to have them
I
present
believe
again?
they're on
Councilman
Zoom.
Tanner is on Zoom.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Can everybody hear me fine?
Sorry, was there any other questions?
No.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you. Brian Tanner, St. Joseph County Council, District H, address 525 Calhoun Street, Mishawaka, Indiana. Let me first state my appreciation for all the members of the Area Planning Commission for your serious consideration of all things, not just these text amendments. There is a lot of thought and consideration that goes into all that you do before it ever ends up on our plate when that happens. And we take those recommendations or referrals, which are sometimes not recommended, quite seriously within the council. I also want to reiterate my thanks from the last meeting for Area Plan staff for the effort facilitating the language that you see in the amendments, the additional amendments that you see today. This isn't kind of a retaliation against what was sent before us. The original text amendments that were sent and ultimately approved in July were approved 9-0. And I think to Mr. Devon's point, one of the most critical components within that that was universally supported by the council was that special use. That requires that public process for large-scale solar as it relates to any kind of development of that type in St. Joseph County. I think it's also in recognition of the concerted effort of those who were involved in developing that original text amendment. But these additional changes to the text amendment are, I think, an acknowledgement that not everybody was a part of that previous process. I don't think of any fault of anybody's. I think there was a sense of expediency whenever those original text amendments were presented to us, and that was accomplished. What we heard from the community, both in the area plan meetings leading up to that vote in July, as well as since then, and still to this day, is that regardless of the project, regardless of the location in St. Joseph County, there are some additional protections that are desired. Arguably, the special use gives us the capacity for future applicants to provide those additional provisions, if you will. That said, we get the consensus from both the community and the type of applicants that we've seen that some of these issues are going to be repeatedly considered and would likely be repeatedly provided as text amendments or sorry, not text amendments, but written commitments to any of those applications. Specifically, the 500-foot setback defined from the residential foundation for the primary dwelling unit. That was an addition that was considered mathematically and environmentally due to noise generated from solar fields. We probably don't often think about solar panels generating noise, and when they're static and in place, they likely don't. I imagine if there's rain or hail or something else like that, you're going to hear it bounce off the solar panels, but it's an acknowledgement that the solar panels themselves are mechanically controlled to adjust to the direction of sunlight throughout the day, and that there is some kind of mechanical noise generated from that, as well as the transmission and conversion of that power through whatever kind of storage or transmission may exist on these sites, that there is sound generated through those means as well. So that actually accounts for both that 500-foot setback as well as the type 2 landscaping. There was actually a universal standard used for determining that. The amount of decibels produced by the typical solar field was calculated against what's called the rule of 6, whereby every doubling of distance away from the source of sound generation, there's a reduction of 6 decibels in noise that is heard. And by the time you double enough times away from the site, that 500-foot setback is the appropriate distance. It's also an acknowledgement that because of the hills and valleys and things of that nature that exist through certain portions of St. Joseph County, that sound may carry in a different capacity, and the landscaped buffer, that type 2 landscaping, is a further provision to ensure that nobody is injured by the impacts of that noise generated from the solar fields. Again, I don't necessarily want to reiterate everything that was identified or discussed last month out of consideration for all members of the APC. I'm more willing to accept your questions if you're going to open it back up for a public hearing. I'm not sure if you're required to, since there was an extensive public hearing the last time. But I am going to make myself available for any additional questions you may have, especially for those who weren't available last month. But I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any questions? Since we had so many not here last month, I will open it up to public again if we need to. I think over the last 3-4 months, I think we've all heard much to do about solar, but I will go ahead and open it up. So if there's anybody present wishing to speak in favor of this text amendment, please come forward and state your name and address. Actually, we had a letter.
Oh, yeah, I apologize.
Which you probably mentioned.
We did receive one letter of remonstrance in the time between this was tabled from Linda Matzett that commented on the setbacks, specifically proposed ones from nature preserves, proposed landscaping, and some questions about maintenance of the landscaping, and that letter is in your packets.
Go ahead.
Are you ready for me?
Yes.
Linda Matzat. I reside at 68340 Redwood Road. The address there is Walkerton. And as I understand it, have you received and had an opportunity to read my letter? Okay, because you would have read in there about Shirley Hines. If you didn't know what that was, you could have looked it up. I'm not going to waste time telling you about Shirley Hines, however. It's a great organization, and we have quite a good relationship with them. In fact, in your letter, you might have noted that we did receive an award from Shirley Hines Land Trust called Bringing Nature Home for our care of our property, as well as the Friends of Forestry from the St. Joseph County Soil and Water Conservation District. I'm going to try to condense my letter. There's a lot of information there, and I don't have time, I don't believe, in my 3 minutes to address it all. I will try to keep my comments to the amendments being addressed. Pro, con, you take it for what it is. The recommended amendment requiring setbacks of 500 feet from the property line of state parks and private nature preserves, which I believe, nobody has clarified this, I believe that would include our classified property and private nature preserves, is an improvement, but should be considered as a bare minimum. And I explained in my letter my rationale for that. We can hear a train on the tracks 3 miles away. 500 feet is a stone's throw. So for many reasons, I would encourage a larger setback. Setbacks of any size need to be monitored annually. That means walking the property to make sure that there are no invasives there, like garlic mustard, autumn olive, multiflora rose, purple loosestrife. There are a lot of invasive plants. If this area is not monitored and those plants removed, it's going to be a haven for those plants. We just received a grant from the USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service to help us remove these from our property. If this is allowed, it's not maintained, it's not monitored, we'll have those plants jumping back onto our property, which we just received federal money to remove. Not a good thing. So that needs to be considered in these setback areas. If you're seriously interested in protecting the natural resources of St. Joseph County, you will vote to increase setbacks and make the amendments that are regarding the setbacks retroactive, meaning before the companies started obtaining options to lease the land for solar. These natural areas were there earlier, and you're finally getting around to looking at these regulations.
Please wrap up your comments.
Pardon?
Please wrap up your comments.
Plantings should consist of at least 3 rows of trees planted at 15-foot spacings. I don't remember exactly what the type 2 landscape is, but if you don't have at least 3 rows in 15-foot spacing, you're not going to have a sight barrier, let alone anything that's going to prevent sound. Also, these areas need to be
Your 3 minutes is up, I'm sorry.
maintained, and any dead trees need to be replaced. I'd like to say more. If you have any questions, I will be here. Please see me after the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Christopher Huff, 1831 College Street, South Bend, longtime St. Joseph County supporter, longtime member of this community. I know every square inch of it. So, the big brouhaha from the last 6-8 months was caused by the simple fact that somebody, be it the Plan Commission, staff, ultimately, council, whatever, did not anticipate the big term or the long-term consequences of their actions. They simply took the ideas or requests from the state of Indiana in Indianapolis, or from the American Planning Association over in Chicago and Washington, or from any number of different organizations to, by gosh, solar is the way to go. Now, obviously, it all blew up in everybody's face, as was so predictable. So when the proposal from the folks in Charlottesville, Virginia, was finally made known to the public at large, everything really hit the
Sir,
fan, so to
please
speak.
pertain this to these text amendment changes.
This is what I want to say, is that these changes are very important and should have been considered to begin with. The mistakes that were made were that somebody took the meat cleaver proposals from those organizations that I just mentioned, one of which I'm a member of, okay, the American Planning Association, Indiana Planning. And when you take 4 square miles of a township that is only about 36 square miles, basically a 10% change in its land use, okay, 4 square miles, 2,400 acres versus the 36 square miles of Liberty Township, that's where it all fell apart. So these things should have been taken into account before 6 months ago. All right, so I'm very much in favor of what was being proposed, and I applaud you for coming back to fix it. But unfortunately, there was a lot of problems between the time that it was adopted initially, meat cleaver approach, and currently. Thank you.
Julie McLeod, 68519 Redwood Road. First, I got to say, I really appreciate the lower podium. My question, I have a couple questions. Will these amendments be effective to Hexagon Solar Corporation, the thing that they are providing?
We'll answer that after everybody's done.
Okay. Well, not only did Hexagon blindside the people of Liberty Township, they also blindsided the Area Plan Commission and the County Council. The filing of building permits on the evening of July 8th showed a blatant disregard for the law and authority of the government of St. Joe County. I don't know, I was surprised, maybe other people were not. In regards to the landscaping, it's very vague. I don't know if it's saying that there will be landscaping in front of adjacent homes that are not non-participating adjacent homes. I would like to, I don't know if it's in there. The reason I would want it is the home life I have now will be completely changed the first day of construction and when the solar field goes online. When construction starts, pile drivers will run 10 to 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. Not to mention dump trucks, cement trucks, and semis with heavy equipment continually running on our roads, destroying them. Now, I know hours of construction can be restricted for road work. What I would like to know is, will construction be restricted for the implementation of these solar fields for the people of Liberty Township? Also, once the solar field begins running,
Ma'am, I'm going to stop you. You're talking about a specific project. This is a text amendment for specific
I'm
portions of the
talking
text
in
amendment.
regards to the
I know, but that's not what we're
landscaping.
talking about. We're not talking about a project or a specific property. We're talking about the overall ordinance for the county as a whole.
Well,
Three
this
specific
is why I
changes.
want the landscaping.
Okay.
And I
Well,
don't
that's- But you
understand.
talked about that and you went on to something else about a specific project, and that's not what we're doing here.
Okay.
So please, you
So
have a minute
once,
left.
okay, once a solar field is running, my community home and life will be completely destroyed. The solar field will not shut down at 5 p.m. each day. It will not turn off at 5 p.m. on Friday and start back up on Monday at 8 a.m. No weekends off, no holidays, just continuously running 365 days a year. We get no breaks, no reprieves, nothing. I'd also would like to know how I go about getting additional issues added to this amendment. Is that through you guys, or is that through the county council?
We'll answer after.
Okay. And then, so you're not going to answer any questions? Okay. Okay, that's it.
Sorry, yep, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak in favor of these text amendment changes? Please come forward. Seeing none, anybody on Zoom? Shelley, could you pull up the, I can't see. Anybody on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. Seeing none, anybody present wishing to speak against these text amendment changes, please come forward and state your name and address.
Steve Francis, Judy Lake Drive, Clay Township. I think you can bear with me for 3 minutes. It's a long time since I made comments before. I want to emphasize we have an ordinance in place. I was involved in the original ordinance, and I really take exception that that is so out of line. It was a we're ready for solar ordinance that the council passed, I think unanimously, so did the APC. But now we've had the change in that, and that is already in effect, and that's 250 feet. The problem with 500 feet is you're encroaching upon the private property rights of neighboring property owners, not only from the house, but all the property that house, that homeowner or that property owner has. So if there's 50 acres, then they have to have 500 feet and, is that correct? Yes, I think that's correct. 500 feet from the property far away from their house. I think the sound and noise from solar is, with all due respect to Mr. Tanner, who I respect mightily in terms of his arguments, I think is a non-issue. I don't think that solar produces that kind of noise even with ground-mounted motors to need a 500-foot buffer. Second, you already have a special variance. I mean, that provides plenty of protection for people to come before the ABZA and the county council in the future if they object to a particular project. But what you are doing, if you send this up and the county council passes it, as I expect, is you are shutting down St. Joe County to solar development, open field solar development. We have a problem in this world with climate change. We have an urgent necessity to produce that. We need to create jobs as well. Solar is a very non-impactful way to produce energy. The only thing I can see that really exists is that it's unsightful. And in that sense, screening might be necessary, but not screening and 500 feet and a special variance. It is overkill. It is far beyond most counties in Indiana. The staff researched that. Very few counties have that kind of variance or that kind of setback. You will be having one of the most severe anti-solar ordinances in Indiana, let alone the country. So I urge you to not approve this or to send it. Wait, do you deny this, or I can never keep this straight? Sorry.
It's a recommendation of the county council.
Yeah, okay. An unfavorable recommendation. Thank you.
Anybody else present wishing to speak against this text amendment changes? Seeing none. Anybody on Zoom wishing to speak against this text amendment changes? Please use the raise hand feature. Go ahead. Is it Laureen?
It is. Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
as I believe that you are all aware.
Please state your
my
name and
firm-
address for the record.
Sure.
Yep.
As you're all aware, I believe my firm Hepler Broom represents Rethink Solar. My name is Laureen White. And as you know, we presented a letter at the August 20th, 2024.
Address too, please.
The address of my company,
That's fine, that's fine.
2929 Carlson Drive, Hammond, Indiana.
Thank you.
As you're all aware, on August 20th, 2024, Rethink Solar submitted a 9-page letter to you. In the letter, excuse me, we support stronger restrictions for solar. However, Rethink Solar does not believe that the current restrictions made by the county council will live up to the test, and believes that these are vulnerable to future attack. So, for instance, Rethink Solar believes that stronger restrictions are necessary to protect the health, safety, and general welfare of St. Joseph County citizens, as well as their property values. Rethink Solar wants the protection in the ordinance, and it wants it to be long-lasting and not vulnerable to attack from future solar. These restrictions included in the letter include restrictions related to the same environmental concerns that you heard with regards to the earlier petition. If you don't believe that a solar company will come and attempt to challenge your ordinance in the future, all you have to do is listen to what Mr. Francis said to you moments ago, that the variance is shutting down St. Joseph County to solar. You ask, how do we protect ourselves against this type of attack? All you have to do is show that the county isn't trying to shut down solar, but is instead attempting to protect their residents. How would you do that? All you have to do is find studies and information to point to. Lucky for you, I provided that information to you and the county council. Unfortunately, that information was not considered prior to the text amendment change you have in front of you. For that reason, Rethink Solar is requesting that you send the amendments to the council with a recommendation to place a moratorium on the St. Joseph County Solar Ordinance so that issues in the August 20th, 2024 letter can be fully reviewed, studied, and addressed, and so any future attack from solar companies to your ordinance can be foreclosed. Rethink Solar is asking that you protect the citizens of St. Joseph County.
Thank you. Anybody else online wishing to speak against these text amendments? Please use the raise hand feature. Seeing none. Does Mr. Tanner want a few minutes to rebut?
I'll take just a minute of your time. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I think I provided the information that was pertinent to the 500-foot setback and the screening as it relates to the rule of 6 impact of noise generation, and that is a valid and appropriate consideration for a change in the text amendment that is reinforced by engineering and environmental studies. The additional setbacks related to our conservation type areas is an acknowledgement of the sanctity of those areas without being overly injurious to the rights of property owners to develop or option the development of their property. Outside of those two clarifications, or just kind of reinforcing the basis in which we considered these additional text amendments, I just want to thank you again for your time, your consideration, and welcome any additional questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions, comments by the commission? I'll just,
Sorry, there was just a quick question about when these would be in effect. I just wanted to state, if you move the petition forward today, it would be heard at the October 8th county council hearing, and it would be in effect if they make a final vote then,
so it's effective for anything.
after October 8th or after the vote on October 8th.
And just to be clear, there's no way that we can, that we or the county council can put in place new restrictions on into the solar zoning ordinance that would apply retroactively or apply before that they got passed. It's just not something that we can do. The state has disallowed it, and it would also run into some constitutional issues. So it's just not an option.
So, for those, there were several here not last month. I mean, me personally, I think from what we did the month before with the changes we made, and mainly the special use, I think the point for a special use is that each project is going to be uniquely, for each individual, property. So I think the special use alone gives the right to the BZA and the county council to change those restrictions based off of each site permission. So personally, I'm against the new restrictions, but I know there were several for it, so.
Not being here last month and hearing a lot about, especially the setback, and I appreciate Councilman Tanner's perspective on the noise, but I agree with Chairman Devon. I believe that 500 foot is overkill. I believe there's surrounding counties around us that just have passed 250 feet. They think that is plenty. I know every county is different, but I think, when you're setting back 500, to me, you're taking away more land for use. And I agree with Mr. Devon that the special use covers the other issues that everyone's different,
And this is not said to sway you in any way, just as a matter of clarification. 500 foot is the distance to the building or to the primary structure that's being proposed. It's a blanket, for y'all, 150 foot setback from the property line.
From the property line.
From the property line.
To, 500 foot from a solar panel to a residence. So I just want to clarify that for everyone.
From the foundation of a primary dwelling unit. So if a house were nearby to the solar panels, they would have to make sure that when they measured from the foundation of the house to the solar panels, it was at least 500 feet.
At least 500 feet.
Yes.
So it's for the neighbors. And the regular setback in the
Yes.
30 feet?
The setback in the agricultural district for side and rear is 30 feet.
Sorry, did we confuse you more?
So if the house is as close as it can be to the edge?
Honeysuckle is basically what? I was out there, I didn't step it off, but I was out there. That can't be more than 150 feet from the property line, maybe? Give or take 25 feet?
When honeysuckle was put in, we did not have the previous amendment, so.
I agree with you, but I'm just using that.
Oh, as like a,
as
yeah,
an
I understand.
example.
I see what you're saying.
Distance-wise,
I can't speak to the exact setbacks. It met the requirements of the ordinance that it was reviewed under. I believe in their analysis, or in our analysis in writing or drafting the first iteration of the standards, that we found that there wasn't a house that was closer than 250 feet to a solar panel. I don't know what the setbacks are around the whole project for setbacks to property lines. We looked at it and we did some analysis. as part of the drafting of the first iteration, but I can't answer it.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. That was in the packet, for August, but I don't have that with me. Thank you for clarifying that.
I want to reiterate some of my comments from last time. Living in New Carlisle and seeing the complete lack of any sort of protection for the landowners there. Although it is a special use, I think that then each time each project is left susceptible to a non-participating property to be completely screwed, I guess, property value view, quality of life. And so I think that it's good that maybe this is more than the other counties, that we can set a precedent that it's not okay to take those rights from the surrounding people. And I want to make a motion to pass the text amendment as stated.
Favorable recommendation?
With a favorable
Okay.
recommendation to the county council. Thank you.
Julie Lauk, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the text amendment changes as presented to the St. Joseph County Council with a favorable recommendation for APC 3048-24.
Mr. England?
No.
Mr. Krasinski?
No.
Mr. Roush?
No.
Mr. Tavernier?
No.
Dr. Thacker? Dr. Lauk?
Yes.
Ms. Hannon?
Yes.
Mr. Tavernier, or excuse me, Mr. Devon?
Man, I've been called a lot of things before, but I don't know if I've been called.
That's an insult. That's an insult.
Great pleasure.
Oh, man.
That's an insult.
No. Motion is denied. Do we have a different?
The next one would have to be unfavorable under your rules.
Robert Krasinski, I make a motion to send it to the county council with an unfavorable recommendation.
Tom England, second.
We have a motion and a second to send EPC 3048-24 to the St. Joseph County Council with an unfavorable recommendation. Roll call vote, please.
Dr. Thacker? Yes. Mr. Tavernier? Yes. Mr. Roush?
Yes.
Ms. Hannon?
No.
Dr. Lauk?
No.
Mr. England?
Yes.
Mr. Krasinski?
Yes.
Mr. Devon?
Yes. Motion carries. Okay, comprehensive plan.
All right. Shelley, oh, I was going to say, do you have this up, or do we need to switch off?
It's in the power. It should be here.
It should be in the
Okay.
PowerPoint.
Yeah. There we go.
Can
All
I
right.
can I ask a question real quick? What are the stipulations of why it would not be sent? Last time, what was the stipulation we had as to why we had to send it with no recommendation versus this time?
So last meeting, all three kinds of recommendations that you can make were attempted, and none of them got 5 votes.
We didn't have enough votes to.
That's what,
Make
it
it
automatically
Okay, I
tabled
just wanted
to
to
this
clarify.
meeting because of that.
Okay.
And with more of you here, there was a motion that was able to get 5, so.
Thank you.
All right. Sorry, I hear a phantom voice. All right, so,
Mr. Matsett, you could come back in, please? And Mr. Krasinski's on a phone call.
all right, thanks, DJ. Okay, so we have a presentation on the draft St. Joseph County Comprehensive Plan for you this evening. Cynthia Bowen, project manager with REA, is joining us and will be giving the presentation. This afternoon, still afternoon, we are holding a public hearing. We're taking public comments on the plan, so that can help inform the final draft that's put forward to you. yes, it's extra. We will, as Brandy said, we will still be we'll still have a public hearing at the October meeting. But this gives folks the opportunity to make a comment on the plan prior to moving it forward for adoption. So we're not asking you to take a vote on it. We're doing a presentation and public comment, or public hearing.
Presentation.
I mean, since we're calling it a public hearing item, then it would be the 30 minutes, but
All right,
Okay.
can you do it in 30 minutes?
Yes. Less than that.
All right, great.
All right. Because it's been a long afternoon for you all. So good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Bowen, as Abby said, and I'm a partner at Rundell, Ernstberger and Associates. We were hired to lead the team to prepare the comprehensive plan for St. Joseph County, and as you can see here, we've called it Plan SJC. So what I'm going to quickly go over, which looks like a lot, but is not really, I'm going to go an overview of the process, by the numbers, so how much public was involved with this, do a high-level review of the vision and goals, talk briefly about the future land use map, the priority area maps that you will find in the comprehensive plan, the implementation matrix, and then I'll take any questions and answers, provide you answers that you have to those questions. So this has been a three-year process. The comprehensive plan is a guide that is really the community's vision for growth and development over a 20-year period. And so while it did take us almost 3 years to put this plan together, it really takes, in 3 years, a lot of change can happen. A lot of change can happen in 20 years to a county. If you think back 20 years ago, we really didn't have smartphones like we have today. We didn't really have things like Airbnb, Uber, things like that that have really transformed our communities. Electric vehicles, and now we're having to put in electric vehicle charging stations. If you think about that, this is the purpose of the comprehensive plan. It is to provide guidance on these types of decisions. It is supposed to be a forward-looking plan, establishing a shared vision for the future with goals and recommendations that put service and towards that shared vision and identify where land use needs to be and occur within the county. Now, this goes really fast. Let's go back here. Okay, so by the numbers. So we have had over 800 citizens participate in this process. We have received over 1,800 comments. Last month alone, we had 50 people attend our outreach plan. We had an open house for the comprehensive plan. We had 50 people attend both of those open house meetings. We've had over 4,900 people visit the project website throughout the duration of this project. So we have received a lot of public input into this process. So we asked people at that open house, here are 11 different recommendations from the comprehensive plan. How would you prioritize? What are your top things that we need to do? And the top 3 things out of this were exploring zoning incentives to protect environmentally sensitive areas, developing an inventory of septic-dependent subdivisions, and establishing a program to focus on the revitalization and redevelopment of critical corridors. So things that actually came before you today. So these are things that the plan would provide guidance to you on, and also things that would provide direction to the staff in terms of what they need to put in their work plan in the upcoming years that they need to work on. So when we asked people what they liked about the plan, these are all the things that they said that they liked. And as the things that they liked, the bigger the words were, the more times they said it. So interconnecting modes of transportation. They liked the priority areas map. They wanted safe transit, farmland protection, affordable homes for families, housing of different types. So as you can see, there are multiple themes that came out of the plan is supporting. So the plan is very far-reaching. So what is the vision for the plan and what are these goals? So the vision for the plan is that St. Joseph County is going to be a thriving, diverse community with high-quality hometowns and is focused on economic development, responsible growth, and sustainable development that respects the area's natural features and its rural character. So that is the overarching vision statement for the next 20 years that is going to guide growth and development. So what we need to do is break that down into smaller bits and pieces. And we've broken that into 8 pillars here. So we have 8 organizing foundational pillars that really guides that particular growth. And those areas are economic development, housing and neighborhoods, quality of life and place, environmental stewardship, farmland preservation, government and policy, transportation, and utilities. And so for each one of those, we developed a series of goals. For economic development, we were focusing on identifying priority areas of where you need to put your investment, your resources. Where are the areas that we need to focus on redevelopment? And where do we need to focus on development in particular, especially along the key corridors in the county? We want to make sure there are opportunities for businesses for attraction and expansion of existing businesses, and make sure the economic development professionals have the tools they need to continue to grow the county, to sustain that tax base, because that is so critical for the growth of the county. In terms of housing and neighborhoods, we want to make sure there's a variety of housing types. As we've talked about earlier, there's a housing shortage. So we want to make sure that we can allow all types of housing within the county. We want to make sure that residential development is connected to a transportation system and it has adequate access to water and sewer and other types of facilities. In terms of quality of life and place, we wanted to make sure that we preserve and enhance the sense of place, the sense of quality that's here. That's really important in attracting new people and new visitors and new businesses to the county. We want to make sure we're working with the member counties and helping them advance the comprehensive plan in and around their communities. And we want to make sure that we are addressing the recreational needs of the county. For environmental stewardship, we want to improve the health of the groundwater and the surface water resources. We want to make sure we ensure the protection, conservation, and enhancement of all ecological resources, and it's carried out within our planning and zoning functions for the county. And we want to make sure we employ environmentally responsive practices in county government itself. So regarding farmland preservation, we want to make sure that we ensure land use and zoning practices support the preservation of areas that have been designated in the future land use map for agriculture. We want to make sure we utilize new and existing tools for farmland preservation and support that agriculture. And we want to make those connections and help establish those connections between farmers and educational training sources so that we can continue to make sure that farmland is prosperous in the county. Now, when it comes to government and policy, we want to make sure that future development is well planned, it's responsible, it's connected to one another, and it's fiscally feasible. It's viable for the county in the future. We want to make sure that we communicate with our adjacent jurisdictions, that we communicate with state, regional, and other local entities so that they are aware of what we're doing from a planning perspective, and we know what they're doing so that we can incorporate it into everything that we're doing from a planning and zoning, transportation, economic development standpoint. And we want to continue to utilize a variety of tools and methods to engage the public in what we're doing. Whoops. In terms of transportation and utilities, so we had 6 goals under transportation. A lot of it looks at realigning our transportation investment to our land use resources and our land use patterns, making sure that we are connecting our transportation facilities, whether it's bike and pedestrian, whether it's air facilities, rail facilities, whatever type of transportation facility that we have, we are making those connections. We want to make sure we're planning for active transportation, that we're coordinating our investments with our partners so that the dollars and the investments that we're spending go farther than what we have. And we want to utilize existing and emerging technologies in transportation planning and our projects, because you never know how that emerging technology is going to expand and utilize what we're doing. In terms of utilities, we want to collect and analyze information to support data-driven decision-making for development petitions. We want to make sure we continue to seek out the expertise of the utility professionals, both from the private and the public sector, to make sure we're efficiently allocating those resources for utilities across our development petitions. We need to reduce our overall dependence on site wastewater systems or septic systems, as we know we have some issues in the county that we need to address. And we need to pursue initiatives that provide utilities in a manner that protects the public health and natural resources. So those are the goals and the pillars which are going to support the 20-year vision of the comprehensive plan. And so under those, we have several recommendations in the plan, but we also have a series of maps that support those recommendations. So this is the future land use map. And so on this land use map, you see a bunch of colors. So the dark and light green colors that you see on here are the agricultural colors. And I don't know if there is a pointer on here or not. Does anybody know if there's a pointer?
Yeah, there is.
Can you tell me which one it is? Or am I going to have to guess? Push down on this.
I guess not.
Okay. I don't know. Let me see. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me go back a slide. Okay. So these light green areas that you see out here in here, which come up a little bit different on each projector screen, those are the agricultural areas. So 2 different agricultural areas, this being kind of the more prime areas that we see kind of in here, farmland. You see the light yellow areas up in here. Those are residential areas. We actually have several designation of residential. So we have low density residential, which is the lightest yellow. We have medium density residential, which is this kind of orangey color that you see here. And we have a high density residential, which is a brown, which is hard to discern on the map, this kind of small. We have a mixed density residential, which is this kind of striped color, which is what you see up in this area right in here. We have institutional, which is blue, which you see right here, where around Notre Dame. We have mixed use, which is pink. We have light commercial, which is red. And you'll see those a lot of times around the corridors. We need the map to be zoomed in closer so that you can see that. We have general commercial as a maroon color. We have light industrial as pink, heavy industrial as purple. And then, as folks had talked about, we show the floodplain on here. We show environmentally sensitive areas in kind of a dark blue stripe. And we show a infill and redevelopment area in a red stripe up here. And so that shows where we want proposed land uses to go in the future. So when someone comes into you with a rezoning, you will look at this map and see, is that, and the staff will look at this map and see, is that compatible with this future land use map? Now, the other thing that we have done is we have zoomed in to each land use map by township. And so we describe these townships and what we want to see happen in each township, as well as some additional studies that may be along certain corridors, like Capitol Avenue corridor. There was a plan that's been completed for it, and there may need to be some updates of that land use along those corridors. And you see a little bit of this here. You see as we've zoomed in quite a bit here, it's more of a detailed map of Capitol Avenue. You can see the light industrial here in the pink. You see the floodplain that's here overlaid in the blue here. You see the residential in the yellow right here. You see a little bit of institutional, that's right here. This is heavy industrial right here. And then you see this gray here, which ends up being Mishawaka and South Bend, because the county does not have jurisdiction over them. So we've grayed those areas out. We have also put together what we call priority area maps. This is the overall priority area map for the county, and there is a priority area map created for each of the priority areas. And what these priority area maps do is they tell you where you should put resources and they work with the land use map, but where should you focus development? Where should you focus working with the city of South Bend or Mishawaka to extend utilities to an area? Where should you focus dollars to fix a bridge or fix a road? These are the priority areas which is where investment should be focused first. So we have one for each area. We describe in detail how and why they exist and how it relates to the future land use map. And as I said, there's one for each one, and then we have the overall priority area. So there's one for farmland, there's one for economic development, there's one for environmental stewardship, there's one for housing and neighborhoods. So each one has one of these maps for the future. The last thing I want to talk about is the implementation matrix. And this is more so for the staff, as well as you when you go to set forth a work plan. If you want to update certain ordinances, if you want to take on and put together a working committee of the Plan Commission. We've put together an implementation matrix that focuses on the timing of when some of these recommendations should occur, so short-term, mid-term, long-term, or ongoing. The level of importance being low, medium, high, with high being this needs to happen right now versus low, this can happen 15, 20 years from now. And the level of difficulty with a 1, this is low-hanging fruit, versus 4, we do not have the political willpower at this point in time to make this happen. And so every recommendation has been tagged with all of these. And so you'll also see, if you were using the PDF version of the plan is interactive so that you can move through chapters. Well, in the implementation matrix, you can move between sections, and the icons tagged with each of the pillars will help you do that. And then this is what the implementation matrix looks like. So then we have the goal number here, the recommendation here, the timing, the difficulty, the importance here, and then the key partners who need to assist in getting this implemented. So with that, I will open it up for questions.
Thank you. Any questions by the commission at this time? No? Okay, thank you. So I think we open up to the public. Like staff mentioned, we don't actually vote on this right now. We're just hearing public comment. It will come back before us next month. Do we hear public comment on that again? So we'll hear public comment on it again next month as well, and then we implement it. So I will now open this up to those wanting to speak, I guess, in favor, right, of the plan.
On this one, if you want to speak, stand up.
So we don't need a for or against, just speak, come up and speak. You have 3 minutes. Okay, go ahead.
Christopher Huff, 1831 College Street, South Bend, former director of city planning for the city of Mishawaka. So all this is very close at my heart. Yes, and this is not a for or against at this point in common planning procedure. A couple questions. So the work that Mishawaka has done with their comprehensive plan, which takes into account most of the Capitol Avenue Expressway corridor, has that been looked at and coordinated with the proposal here? Number two, I was noticing under the quality of life section, which I was involved in from a public input standpoint, that there's a lot of details that seem to be inconsistent, particularly when it comes to cities and towns that are listed. Now, all of you know that Granger is not a city or a town. It never has been. Granger is a post office address that was established at a little post office near Bittersweet Road and Route 23 about 140 years ago. And there was a little train station there that dropped off the mail on the Grand Trunk Railroad. That postal district includes the very eastern portion of Clay Township, as well as all of Harris Township. But it's indicated that Granger is a city and town in the overall listing, but it is actually a census designated place. That needs to be qualified a little bit better in the plan. Same thing with Notre Dame. Notre Dame is neither a CDP, nor a city, nor a town. It is a postal district that Father Sorn was able to concoct in order to get an all-weather road to go into and out of that couple square mile area. So those kind of details need to be worked out. I was also noticing, since I'm quite familiar with Mishawaka's stuff, that the picture that indicates sort of the center or the centroid of Granger is actually a picture of a lifestyle center, which is within the city of Mishawaka. That needs to be fixed. If you're going to take a picture of the center or the centroid of the historic Granger settlement, you need to be out toward Bittersweet Road and Route 23.
20 seconds left.
Okay. Thank you much. Lots of details to be worked out yet.
Bob Humbarger, 29987 Hurd Road, Olive Township, the land of fat sacrificial lambs. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Cynthia on the plan. It's very flowery language, and if you read all the text, you know everything is great. The problem is that the maps and the reality of the details don't reflect specific areas. For example, the 2024 draft plan divided the agriculture into two parts. So you have intensive agriculture and general ag. Some of the highest producing fields in my area are not included in the intensive ag. The Kankakee Ag Basin extends much farther north than shown on figure 7.0 into the area east of the IEC. Figure 11, that area east of the IEC is mapped general. In reality, most of that land should be intensive ag. It is in another chapter, general ag is called buffer, which is a name for transitional. So that means most of this ground is good ag producing land as the green areas north and south of it, but I assume it was marked general ag to make it easier to rezone that area to other uses. Figure 11 also extends the industrial area south of State Road 2, Amazon parcel, farther south, 1.5 mile and a mile wide. In other words, you already got the IEC going south of US 2. Now you're going to go a half mile farther and a mile wide. And this is after the NICTA thing extended it east for an area half mile wide and 2 miles north and south. So the point being, it never seems to be enough. And the vision statement on page 9 states the development that respects the area's natural features and its rural character. Well, in Olive Township, the area features are not respected when the industrial land is extended over the 100-year flood plan, and the rural character is lost when the heart of the township is expanded to industrial land use. Also, the 8th bulletin point of the guiding principle states, preserve open space critical to the environmental areas of farmland. Well, these principles are not preserving by, they're not preserved by the expansion of industrial land areas shown in the land use figure 1.2.
Bob, your time's up. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
I was just,
Real quick, I want to pause for a second. So are we doing actual Q? Are we going to do like a normal, everybody come up, speak, and then,
no, we won't, well.
I guess how we,
I don't think that we'll have any kind of a response today. That's part of why we are collecting comments today, so that way we can do so at the meeting in
Okay.
October.
Okay.
But I will say, if people feel like they're cut off, they can make, Chris, I'd love to have your list of corrections of what you've seen that needs to be updated in the plan. Please feel free to email them to me, to Cynthia, and you can submit still on the website, Cynthia. No. So I don't want anybody to feel cut off today. I know we are adhering to our 3-minute, but if there's additional questions, comments, concerns, please email those to Cynthia or myself. Okay.
thank you for
Steve.
clarification. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, Steve Francis, Judy Lake Drive, Clay Township. Congratulations, we're here. 3 years in the making, actually 4, because we asked for it when you were doing the IEC stuff. 2 years since the work groups met. I pushed pretty hard to get this thing done, or to continue with progress. And my comments now would be 40,000-foot view, but I am very, there are things that I will comment on, Abby knows that, but I'm very pleased that we're at this point, that it represents the culmination of a lot of people's contributions, a lot of stakeholders, and it's really hard to balance all of that. I read the whole thing, I've looked at the maps. I think staff has done a great job, Cynthia leading us, you all being patient, but yet with some pushes. And thank you, Mr. Krasinski and others who pushed us to really push this to completion. In general, I support Bob's comments on ag. I'm not going to speak to that. I am going to speak to some specifics in the plan. I was on the Environmental Stewardship and Economic Development Work Group. I regret that we didn't get the work groups back together, I will say that, because I think we would have a lot more people here with buy-in. And I don't want to feel like, well, nobody cares about this. A lot of people care about this. They're just not here at the end, and that's unfortunate. Maybe they will be at the council. But on Jude Creek, for example, one of my pet projects, we really need to extend that protection through the through the Microsoft site. You know, recognizing this is all private property. You're not going to tell private property owners exactly what to do with their land. But it provides an opportunity to say, hey, we want that creek protected. There's good language in there, but it needs to be on the maps all the way to the St. Joe River, even through Mishawaka. Mishawaka is protecting it more. And I intend to work with Microsoft. I know some folks out there. I'm from Seattle, so we'll see how that goes. On the other side of that, we saw today what happens if you don't have all these principles to rely upon. Each of the pillars are of equal value, I believe. Economic development, yes, drives a lot of it, but they're all of equal value. The roof doesn't hold, and you saw today if we get those two mixed up. So we need a conservation area a conservation corridor that shows Chamberlain Lakes down south, Chain of Lakes and Chamberlain Lakes all the way down. It doesn't say to property owners, your land is going to be locked up. It does say, this is a priority. If you want to develop it, then we need to have a good reason why that's a public policy perspective, why that's a public policy imperative. I think, we're going to have problems with growth. Development time? No.
Time's up.
Completely? Oh, okay. Well, we're under severe development pressures here. You know that, and this helps provide that foundation. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Good afternoon, Dan Caruso, 305 Compton Street, New Carlisle. Cynthia, thank you for all your work. Congratulations on this coming together finally. Council, staff, I know it's been long and dragging out like trying to force march a guy to the altar. I'm glad to get this opportunity ahead of next month's meeting because I took part in the county plan and I also took part in the New Carlisle Town Plan. And I talked to Carl about it. I've talked to several people about it. And there are differences in the maps. And I think these things need to be straightened out now so as not to cause confusion in the future. Because the county map says it's a future land use map, and it shows an area along Winter Green Road, which doesn't mean anything to you guys right now, but it designates that area. The county map designates that area as a mixed residential area or a light residential. There's that two different colors of yellow in that area. The town map, which is not called a map, it's called a future land use, and the county is the future land use and development. The town is called the proposed character areas. I want to know what takes precedent over at the end of the day, because the town land use map calls that same area, which the county designates as mixed residential or light residential. The town calls it Parks and Nature Preserve. If somebody from the county comes over to New Carlisle and says, okay, we're going to put houses here, and I come out and say, hey, wait a minute, it says this, who wins? What takes precedent? I think we need to get the maps to match at the very start so as to stop the confusion, stop any disagreements before they start, and when we're all operating from the same playbook. Because right now, if they come and say, Dan, we're taking your land over there because we don't want you to put a park on it, we're going to put houses there, I'm going to say, I got this here that says, New Carlisle says this is our, whatever, Parks and Nature Preserve. So anyways, I just thank you for all your work.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Anybody else present wishing to speak? Okay, we will go on Zoom. Mr. Ray, go ahead.
Great. Good afternoon, and thank you. Jeff Ray, President and CEO, South Bend Regional Chamber, with offices at 101 North Michigan Street here in downtown South Bend. Speaking to this afternoon on behalf of the business community, we have some 1,300 members of our, the smallest with 1 employee, the biggest with 6,000 employees, represent the interests of really a lot of industry, almost every industry across the marketplace. I want to first say thank you for the chance to participate in this process. Dan and Steve both said it very well. We're grateful to have had a seat at the table. We sat at the steering committee. We had a chance to participate in some vigorous conversations about a lot of different topics throughout the way. Not everybody walked away from those rooms agreeing. I think the planning staff and the consultant have done a nice job of trying to find some common ground amongst some differing opinions. We're grateful that it's advanced to this stage, and we're excited to see it move on to this next phase, and hope that the county council will give approval, and you also will give your blessing. The last thing I would say is that this also, though, illustrates the important role each of you have in the being the caretakers of this plan over the process. We know it's not a monolithic dictate. It'll evolve a little bit over time as our needs in the community evolve, but this, I think, helps give us a good roadmap for future. And again, I think on behalf of the business community, just want to say thank you for letting us participate in that process.
Thank you, Jeff. Allison.
Hi, Allison Minesberg, 2633 Arrowhead Drive, South Bend, Indiana, 46628. Speaking after Jeff Ray, just want to point out that, you can't eat buildings, you can't grow anything in concrete, and, there's a history in our area of privatizing profits and publicizing risk. So I think we're seeing that with Amazon, and I think we're seeing that in the way that we are really not adequately conserving basically natural areas and public use areas and water quality in the plan as presented. I think a lot of people also, I know I was on the transportation group, would find that the position of some of the business leadership and groups that transportation by bus and other public transit isn't really desired or needed in our community is belied by the number of people that are biking to work on a regular basis or hitching rides from other people. And I think that Bill Shallial's contention that the transportation for the IEC is something that's going to come from public monies, despite what we've heard to these companies, is concerning, and it does not actually reflect the intent of a lot of folks that attended and participated. And I don't see that push and pull of public interest and private profit and risk properly covered in this comprehensive plan. And I hope you guys will consider thinking about that in the cost benefit analyses for next generations as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Allison. I believe, is that Mary M?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mary.
Not sure what happened to my name. Somewhere on one of my iPad updates, everything got lost. Sorry about that. Mary Countryman, 52959 Timothy Road, New Carlisle. I'm glad this is, the plan is finally getting some traction here as far as moving forward. And I agree with Mr. Francis and Mr. Caruso. I was on the farmland preservation and the environmental stewardship groups, and I gotta say, I'm quite disappointed in the lack of farmland preservation mentioned and the lack of the environment mentioned. I have a lot of detailed things which I will be emailing, but throughout the plan, there's several mentions where it says, for example, on page 8, it says it's recommended that county staff update the plan approximately every 3 to 5 years to ensure its continued relevance. Who's updating it? What staff? Who? Is the public going to be involved? Is there public notification? We should be involved in that. It's our plan too. We should be involved in that. It's our comprehensive plan. There's also a mention that's very vague like that on page 9 of accommodating to changing dynamics and making development decisions predictable and consistent and cost effective. Again, to whom? There's several like that. And on page 10, there's also a mention of that, about the land use maps and providing direction and growth and developments, and it should be reviewed and updated. Page 11, the map, there's no code for the white areas on the map, which that used to be, I believe, prime farmland in Indiana. That was supposed to be that part of the map. It talks about the ever-changing dynamic document, and on page 14 and page 22, it talks about the county will know higher property values. That usually means higher property taxes. So that talks about while corporations are getting tax abatements, we're getting property tax increases. So that's a little vague on that whole comment. Page 23, again, public input is needed. Page, let's see, the EDIC, the marketing, that talks about continuing to grow, how big. Page 30, it talks about vacant, and because it's farmland, it doesn't mean it's vacant. It's providing value.
30
That
seconds,
should be
Mary.
Basically, where's the aquifer protection? There was so much mentioned. There's the Peerless Water report that the county paid for. That's very important. There's no mention of the Peerless Water report, the susceptibility of the aquifer to contamination. That needs to be in the plan. That should be part of the plan. And the aquifer study needs to be reviewed and studied every so many years to check its viability, to check on its health. So there's a lot of things that I will be sending forward. If it would be nice if the email addresses of Abby and whoever will be made public for those who don't have them, so we can add notes, email you notes. Thank you.
Is that on?
Yeah, all of our emails are on the county website.
Okay. Anybody else online? Is anybody with their hand raised? Seeing none? I think that will wrap up the public comment section. So there's no vote, so we will vote for this. We'll hear public comment next month and then vote for approval then out to the county council on that. Or does it go to the county council, or does each commission have to
The council.
just the council? Okay. Okay. So that is it for items pertaining to public comment. We do have an item for not requiring public comment for resolution.
Does it?
A resolution of the St. Joseph County Area Plan Commission approving a resolution of the St. Joseph County Redevelopment Commission approving amendments to the declaratory resolution and economic development plan for the New Carlisle Economic Development Area. APC application number R-266-24.
As it's now after 5 o'clock, I would say good evening. Bill Shalio, Economic Development Director, part of the Department of Infrastructure Planning and Growth with offices on the 7th and 11th floor. I will be brief. APC Resolution R266-24 is the second phase of the process to amend the New Carlisle Economic Development Area. We were here about a year ago amending the development area to expand the area, to create some new allocation areas, and to allow for bonding for the General Motors project. We're here today to ask to expand the area further by adding 34 parcels to the area, an additional 378 acres to the area, generally focused near the intersection by the viaduct along US 20 as you come into town, or Michigan Street. These properties are part of some coordination that we're doing with the town as far as development and some work in that area. What we're asking to do basically with this amendment and
this process are three things. We're looking to create allocation area number 5, which on the maps in the packet would be an expansion again on that kind of the northwest part of the development area, creating a specific allocation area to collect funds in that western project area. Second thing we do is add parcels to the acquisition, or parcels that are part of the Amazon project. We would designate those as designated tax-paying properties. By having this status, this allows us to collect personal property as opposed to just real property taxes on those parcels. So the properties that are controlled by AWS, both north of the GM site and south of the GM site, would be part of those designated taxpayer parcels. And then the third thing we're looking to do is pass a bond resolution that'll be part of this process to do infrastructure projects, specifically infrastructure work at the intersection of State Road 2 and Larison, and then some coordinated property acquisition with the town, again, near that Michigan Street area coming into town, coordinating on some elements with the bike ped plan and some other property acquisition related to some work in that area. Again, I'd be happy to answer any questions about this. Again, just kind of the second phase of a 5-step process of amending the development tariff. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay. We just got these today, so I guess I really don't know what to do with this here, so. This isn't a public hearing, so these are resolutions for us to expand. Is it for TIF? Is that, I'm just confused on what we're.
And again, basically what you're doing is affirming the actions the redevelopment commission took when it approved the declaratory resolution last week. So you're basically acknowledging that the redevelopment commission passed a resolution. You're acknowledging that what we're looking to do by adding properties to the designated taxpayer list, and then also expanding the area and adding properties to the acquisition list.
So are you saying those couple properties from Amazon and those that weren't taxpayer?
So,
I guess that's why I was confused when you
no,
commented on
so generally when you have properties in an economic development area, you only collect real property tax off those properties. So just the real property improvement taxes. What we're looking to do is add these properties for the Amazon project also as designated taxpayers. If they're listed as designated taxpayers, then that would allow them to be identified in the assessor's office as being able to collect the personal property generated off those properties too. So then we'd have 2 income streams that would be collected as part of the tax collection process.
And I think the ability to do that might be one of those St. Joe County's only the one can do it things, I think.
I think it's
not.
I thought it was a state, no, I believe it's statewide.
Like, I know it's in the state law, for some reason, I thought it was one of the ones that's limited in who can do it. Phil's shaking his head no, so he would know.
Yeah, and I do apologize. I believe you probably just got the resolution here either today or shortly. We just actually approved the resolution through the redevelopment commission last week, so I think it was just late to be circulated, so I do apologize for that.
I have a question.
I apologize. My ears are stuffed up.
Sorry, I keep forgetting to speak into here. That's my fault.
Thanks.
I'm part of the group that we're working on the comp plan for New Carlisle and the development of that and implementation of that going forward. Does this in any way affect, if we were going to be talking about TIFs or things for the town, does this designation in any way that you know affect if we were to do anything like that? That would be, I don't know, however I voted today, if I'm stepping on my own toes, essentially.
Yeah, so I would tell you that the town has been, Marcy Kaufman came to the redevelopment commission meeting. We told her she didn't need to come today because we didn't know how long the meeting was gonna last. We knew they had a meeting tonight.
She's on.
Oh, she's on. Oh, well, then I don't want to speak for Marcy as far as that. No, this amendment has been coordinated with the town as far as how the property is being added to the acquisition list. Again, some targeted, immediate, and part of the reason we're looking to sell the bond is to do some immediate property acquisitions in coordination with the town.
Okay.
But I would certainly let Marcy speak for herself.
I'm sure she'll let me know.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
It's not a public comment though, but.
I clarified with Brandy, even though it's not a public hearing, if there's specific questions for the town, and someone from the town is on, those questions can be directed to them.
Marcy, you on?
Hi.
Oh.
Hello.
Hey, Marcy.
Hi. Marcy Kaufman, 106 Bray Street, New Carlisle, Indiana. Yeah, we have discussed this and the town agrees to and supports moving forward with EDA number 5. We feel that it's in our best interest to help move some projects that we would like to see done.
And you said this is, part of it's for improving the infrastructure, is that what you said, or the?
Yeah, so we anticipate that the bond in particular that we're looking to sell will be targeted for property acquisition mainly, but there are some water and sewer projects in coordination with the town in that Michigan Street corridor that we're looking at that would do some of the initial funding of those, and then once TIF revenue starts to generate within the larger EDA, that revenue can be used to help finish out those projects.
Everything that Bill said.
I gotta tell you, I've never in my entire life thought I would have heard that, so that's a win. We're making progress.
Don't push it.
I know, no, fair enough.
Yeah, are we making a motion?
Need a motion?
Okay.
So I guess, but what's it?
So what you guys are actually needing to take action on is this, let's see, of what you were provided, it's that very first page. That's your resolution, that R266-24. That's what you're acting on. That's the thing that the area plan would approve to say, yes, we are okay with what the RDC is proposing to do.
So who's it to go to, though?
This is just you.
We're just approving a resolution. It's not
You
going to
approve this
county council,
resolution,
it's
and
not
that's
going-
you saying, we're good.
So once you approve this, it goes to the Board of Commissioners, then it goes to the council, then comes back to the redevelopment commission, and then it gets to go back to the council again.
But it's not a recommendation or anything like that. It's just you approve this resolution saying, we are fine with this. They have other people they have to go ask as well.
Molly Hannon, favorable recommendation?
Nope,
Approve?
if you want to do this, you would say you're moving to approve resolution R266-24.
Moving to approve resolution R26624.
Robert Krasinski, I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution APCR 266-24. We have a vote, please.
Mr. England?
Yes.
Dr. Lauk?
Yes.
Mr. Mattson?
Yes.
Mr. Roush?
Yes.
Mr. Tavernier?
Yes.
Dr. Thacker?
Yes.
Mr. Devon?
Yes.
Ms. Hannon?
Yes.
Mr. Krasinski?
Yes.
Okay.
Resolution passes. Do we have any miscellaneous? No? No miscellaneous? No miscellaneous. We have minutes to approve.
Julie Lauk, second.
We have a motion, a second, to approve the minutes from May 21st, 2024. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Okay. Executive Director report, Abby?
I'll just say, as always, there is a summary of petitions that have gone through the board and the final votes in your packets, as well as updates on a number of special projects that we continue to work on. And then, as stated previously, we will bring our intent is to bring the final plan forward for a vote at the October 15th meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a motion for adjournment?
Make a motion to adjourn.
A motion, a second, adjourn. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same sign. Thank you, everybody.